Here, Jennifer Lemack, Chief Curator of History at the New York State Museum, and I serve as the Commissioner of Education's proxy.
Winter Aldrich, former Deputy Commissioner for Historic Preservation.
I am the utility, a proxy with a PhD that really doesn't, I can't operate or anything like that, but I'm here to make sure that Wint is still as great as he's always been.
I'm Kristen Herron, Program Director for Architecture, Design, and Museums at the New York State Council on the Arts, and I serve as the proxy for NYSCA's chair.
I'm an architect at the Department of State Division of Building Standards and Codes, and I'm here representing Secretary of State.
I'm Carol Clark. I'm a professor of historic preservation at Columbia University, Pratt Institute, and New York University. And I'm also a former deputy commissioner at State Parks.
Next agenda item is the approval of the June 2023 SRB minutes. Does anyone have any questions or comments about the June minutes?
Motion.
Motion to accept. Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor? Any opposed or abstain? Unanimous. Carol. We move on to introduction of state agency representatives. And Kristen Herron, if you would introduce the NYSCA members.
Absolutely. I am happy to introduce a second proxy for the New York State Council on the Arts. We talked about the possibility of state agencies doing that so that it can help us with future quorum issues. So in the back of the room, if you would wave or stand up, it's Fabiana Chu Rinaldi. Fabiana is originally from Lima, Peru. She has worked in museums internationally and in New York State. She's worked as head of education at the Brooklyn Historical Society and deputy director at the Museum of Chinese in America. She's worked at NYSCA for many years, previously as a program officer in museums and electronic media and film, and is currently program director for electronic media, film, and folk arts. And I'm very happy that she will be part of the team to make sure NYSCA is represented every time.
Fantastic. Chuck Vandry will introduce DEC.
Yes, I believe my folks are present remotely. Not long ago, Mr. Chairman, the DEC created an Office of Equity and Justice in our agency, and I'd like to introduce the Deputy Commissioner who's been chosen to lead that office. That's Adriana Espinoza. And also about a year ago, we created Office of Indian Nation Affairs, which I've moved to that office. And not long ago, we brought on board Peter Rubin as the director of that office. Peter is a longtime 20-year employee of the department who worked in our Region 9 office, and he's still based there. So, thank you.
Thank you. Moving next to our next agenda item, it's the Deputy Commissioner's report. Daniel?
Thank you, Doug. A very full agenda today, as all know, and I will be briefer than usual, but do want to focus on one specific item. I want to thank you all for your efforts to attend today and to assure quorum for us. I want to note that the cancellation of the September meeting was the first such cancellation in approximately 2 decades. The meeting cancellation certainly created concern for the commissioner and other members of the executive staff. There were several factors in our inability to meet quorum in September. Certainly notable and important is that the board remains 2 members shy of full appointment. The nomination process is unfortunately a lengthy one. We have 3 names pending in the appointments process and hope to add at least 1 new member this year to fill one of the remaining current 2 vacancies. And without a fully appointed board, quorum relies on the consistent participation of the remaining members, as you know. Also a factor in September, we had not secured a critical proxy appointment. that being a proxy to State Council of Parks Board Chair Brian Irwin. We have now done that, and we're very happy that Tom Maggs is joining us today in that capacity. And despite a long-established schedule, there were suddenly realized conflicts with the September meeting date, largely attributable to the start of academic schedules. The meeting cancellation, however, did have significant consequences for nominated sites across the state. Nominations related to the historic tax credit program were delayed. Such delays do have a significant impact on project financing and tax credit program qualification, certification. Delay for another, so that's, we just need to be mindful that so much is at stake with these nominations. Additionally, nominations that require NPS approval before applying for federal grants, such as Save America's Treasures, are now facing a very tight deadline. We have one nomination on the agenda today that will be applying for Save America's Treasures funding by December 15th. Today is December 4th. We have 9 days to get that nomination to the National Park Service. They will have consequently 8 days for to review and approve the elevation to national significance. That is really a worrisomely tight schedule where we are relying on outside parties, in this case NPS, to set that nomination up for application success later in December. And you can imagine that there would be similar scenarios for nominations that may be on the March or June calendar annually in anticipation of applying for CFA funding, RADC funding, et cetera. So consequently, I am very thankful for each state agency's willingness to designate additional proxies to assure coverage. And I appreciate State Council of Parks Chair Brian Irwin for authorizing his proxy, and Tom Maggs again for joining us today. Going forward, Commissioner Kulisade has redoubled efforts to secure the balance of appointments for this board. State agencies have appointed additional proxies, as I've noted, and I appreciate that representatives from NISCA are here in person today and New York State DEC online to familiarize themselves further with this stage of the National Register and State Register nomination process. And we will be discussing our 2024 calendar today. Please anticipate that what general conflicts you may have so that we can commit to an appropriate schedule now. Please commit to that schedule once we have set it, and please identify subsequent conflicts to that schedule as early as possible. So I will leave that there. Quite simply, in terms of my typical report, I will simply say that the division remains extremely busy. Thankfully, we continue to add highly capable staff who bring diverse experience and new energy to our work. And McEnany will provide details shortly. We have increasing flexibility as a result of this to think forward, not just responsively, to day-to-day programmatic needs. And I'll give a much more detailed report in March. I do want to add that really here at the year-end mark, I'm deeply appreciative of my senior staff team, most of whom are here today. So Dan McEnany, Kathy Howe, Nancy Herter, and Greg Smith for leading the division in their respective bureaus through a remarkably productive year. One final note, we have established a new web page, on our website, New York SHPA website, that details the work of the State Review Board. I will make sure that you see that link if you have not seen it already. This was in response to a mandate from the governor that all state boards have meet sort of obligations in terms of identifying members, their experience, their roles on the board. So we have set that up, and I think you all look pretty smart online. So anyway, I will pass it to Dan McEnany, please.
Hello, Dan.
How are you?
Good.
Good. Glad to see everybody here. So I am the division director for office preservation and our historic sites. And I want to take this time to brief you on our small but mighty workforce, which Seems like each meeting, it seems like a great opportunity to present to you some of the radical changes that have been going on within the group, but we keep adding new people on what seems like, like every 3 weeks, there's a new face joining the team. So this is the time to sort of talk about, where we sort of started about 2 years ago and where we're now and what we're forecasting. So overall, the agency for many, many years had roughly about 55 full-time employees at the Division for Historic Preservation. These are, of course, divided between the SHPO function, which is much of the work that you do here today. And then the remaining half is the Bureau for Historic Sites. That's what makes the one division. So at 55 full-time employees, we are supported very generously through the Natural Heritage Trust in additional staffing. That brings us around 65 employees. Amazing groundwork was laid in the organization of this, certainly under Wint and Ruth Pierpont, taking a division that consisted of really just one bureau director, a small group of managers, and expanding that role into a 3-bureau system. That was incredibly helpful coming into this enormous time of change to look at how we could create a more equitable chart that delivered more for staffing and opportunities in the future. The very dramatic thing that happened, certainly through a lot of advocacy with Daniel, myself, working directly with the executive team, is we were approved for over 22 new positions in the past 2 years. So core to that, the big number is 18 positions approved under the Bond Act. This is in preparation for the spending that's going to go on. A lot of this is going to hit our consultation role in the office. So that was a great opportunity to start by just addressing really what you see here, like the National Register group here. This is a hardworking team who has a tremendous amount of work. We've had people transfer from other departments and say, you guys do a lot. It's a very, very busy office. So the idea of just being able to increase capacity overall is excellent. You look at like the first page of giving you an organizational chart, you can see what we were working with. And you move forward, I just want to note some of the changes that are on here. So we have the opportunity not just to grow the SHPO, which was good, but we also in the historic site. Capacity-wise, it's increased in graphic designers, curators, interpretive staff. Notice that we hired our first interpreter of Indigenous history. All of these things have contributed greatly to upcoming anniversaries, our whole history initiative. And that work continues on and it's been strong. A little bit more of what's not a radical change, and I like to emphasize that I've been a part of radical changes. It's not fun to show up to work and find out you've got a whole new job. But there's been subtle tweaks within the organization. We inherited a lot of vacancies, and I want to just note some of the new leadership roles. We've got Olivia Brzee here, who's taking on the head of the technical unit, which is consultation. Jessica Schreier is now, after 2 years of having a vacancy in archaeology, she's now running that department. I want to congratulate Beth Cummings, who's joining the senior management team. You guys have billions of dollars that flow through your hands in these tax credit projects. We've never had a dedicated real tax credit unit. Very hard to try and spread that out. We've also elevated Kath's role, who you guys see every single meeting here, to now officially have a team that is just focused on part ones coming through this office. This has been a big goal for a long time to put more focus on it. Olivia's staff will jointly be shared with that because honestly, the tax credits are kind of a wonderful thing to work on, especially when you're in a consultation role. It would be hard to take away the big wins, or not. I'd note 2 other offices that we did not have on this organizational chart. I'll start with Community Affairs. This is led by Cordell Reeves, who's been with the office for over 15 years. I know Wint will remember when it was really Austin O'Brien who just was doing this lead role, whether it was congressional advocacy, getting training out. We've never had our own dedicated public affairs in the office. It was always you kind of had to go through downtown. Now we have a team with Anya Lieder-Nagy, who worked here prior to coming and join our office, who is putting together statewide trainings. We have Indigenous cultural awareness training. We have conferences. there's a multitude of programs that never existed in the old organizational chart. New legislation like the People's History Project. We had to rapidly develop a historic business registry program. So this was kind of, these things keep coming, and there was nobody ever to really hold this. They were kind of sideline projects. Somebody had to jump in and pick up those. We also have our first dedicated grants unit, and this is led by Christina Vogvolji. Grants have changed a lot. In a way, we were only handling the historic preservation role for environmental protection fund grants. Under Kathy's bureau, it became very obvious that we needed our own grants department. The nature of grants itself has changed a lot. Like the Maritime Heritage Grant, for example, the public could just apply from the outside. Now it's required that SHPOs actually have to run that program, apply for the money. So there's more programs and grants out there to get to constituents that we would not have had the ability to add that. There are roles that also, like a contract management specialist. Like these are important critical jobs of drafting specifically around historic preservation language. So we'll be able to add that to it. We have a huge priority with deaccessioning. We've never really had one person who can just spend the time with collections focusing on deaccession. We've been able to add that. So there's been more specialized titles that have come here. So now we're looking at numbers, and we put in NHT of a group that's grown from about 68 people to fiscal years end, we're going to be at 100 people for the first time, all in the Division for Historic Preservation. So it's been a good time. It is definitely to the enormous credit to the governor's office, the commissioner. The value in the work that you guys do here is seen. It is impacting main streets, impacting towns and villages all over the place. And it's not just throwing out numbers, really. I mean, this critical component that you do today has an enormous impact and really gives, I think, Daniel and I, the best arguments to walk in and say, it's been years, it's been good, but it can be great. So I want to give a lot of credit to the staff here. There's a lot more opportunities here, but it's tough work. It is tough work, and if we could double this number, I would do it in a heartbeat. But you might see even a year from now a lot of new faces. We certainly hope to grow this group so they can deliver more for you. And any questions about the org chart that staff wrote?
I'm just hopeful that the employment that's increased because of the Bond Act will outlive the Bond Act. I mean, do you have
That's
any
right.
sense about that?
Yes, we went into, that was the number one question. Are we hiring temporary people? No, this was really recognized in the overall raising of full-time caps throughout the agency that had really stood still in the previous administration. Local newspaper stuff, and you can read about, there is something like, I believe there's over 15,000 vacancies statewide. You have a retirement rate of something like, I believe it's 24% can retire in the next 5 years. So we do fit into an overall fact that we had about 12 years of total stagnation. So this is not just in response to the Bond Act, but talking about the Bond Act offered a perfect opportunity to come in and say, we've had needs. We just crossed over 10,000 new projects into the CRIS. That is the first time increase. We have things like infrastructure bills. There's federal money, new programs being released constantly, and the staffing numbers never change. But on a graph, you could look at the amount of consultation work that this team does, and that grew. So the Bond Act, it's going to be interesting for us because, yeah, we'll see an increase in reviews, but we were always seeing increases. An major infrastructure bill, so many different relief programs. The push for renewables, also has been raising and raising steady. So while we're grateful to get a foot in the door to talk Bond Act, it's more relative to the fact that we should have been staffed up higher before, and now we're moving to that.
Thanks. Round of applause for the staff. Thank you, Daniel. All right, we're moving on to the National Register reviews. Chelsea, you want to get us started? Much ahead of schedule.
Okay, hello everyone. Thank you for joining us today, both in person at the Albany Institute, as well as remotely via WebEx. Hopefully everyone can hear everything clearly this time around. We thank our nomination sponsors and consultants who have worked diligently with our National Register staff to prepare the nominations you will see today. And we thank our property owners for joining us who have persisted through the nomination process in order to honor the historic significance of their properties. We have 37 nominations for you today that recognize significance in a wide range of areas.
Yeah, we're getting email or people are texting that they can't hear.
How about now? Okay. Since we last met, we have gained 2 new National Register staff members, Campbell Higgle, who joins us from working at our historic sites, and Leslie Krupa, who has worked in various sectors of historic preservation in both Denver, Colorado, and New York. They both offer additional insight and perspective and have already positively contributed to the National Register team. The entire staff have worked very hard to prepare the meeting today, but a special thanks goes to Aaron Cernicki, who has prepared the nomination slides as well. As the presentations begin, sponsors, if you would like to speak, you are welcome to offer brief comments after your respective nominations are presented. We do have a packed agenda today, but with that, I will turn it over to Kath, who is going to give the first presentation. Hold on one sec. Right click.
Oh. I just talking to this. You hear me? Yes. So I just want to introduce one person who isn't presenting, but who is joining the staff, who is Chris Brzee, and he's sitting right there in the back. You will see him in March. He's going to be one of the new tax credit team. Okay, so good morning. Right click. Chelsea. Oh. Okay. So this is the nomination for the Papscony Island Historic District, which the board reviewed and tabled last June. And I'm going to start by summarizing what has occurred since that meeting when the board tabled the nomination in order to allow landowners and other interested parties additional time to understand the impacts of state and national register listing. During the summer, we communicated with landowners and invited all interested parties to a public meeting that was held on July 25th, 2023. At that meeting, which was held via WebEx, Kathy Howe, Jeff Bendermere, the nomination sponsor, and I each made brief presentations summarizing the nomination, the process, and the various preservation laws and regulations that might apply. And then McEnany fielded questions. 13 people attended, including landowners, environmental lawyers, and our own board members, Doug Pirelli and Chuck Vandry. A second meeting was offered several days later, but it was later canceled because not enough people were interested. We also continued to respond to calls and emails and received letters both of support and opposition. At the June meeting, the board also asked staff members to consider elevating the nomination's level of significance to the national level. Subsequently, SHPO archaeology staff Brad Russell
WebEx. Enter your access code or meeting number followed by pound.
Okay, well, I'm going to ignore that. Brad undertook additional research with which Jeff Brendamere, Tribal Preservation Officer for the Stockbridge Muncie, then reviewed and incorporated into the draft nomination while ensuring that it retained the point of view of the Mohicans and reinforcing the history and areas of significance on the themes most important to the tribe. As part of documenting at the June meeting, the board also asked staff to consider elevating the nomination's level of significance. Oh, sorry, next paragraph. As part of documenting the district for national significance, the sponsors proposed redrawing the boundary more conservatively to include only the most intact and undeveloped cultural landscape that reflected the significant themes. They suggested that several parcels at the far northern end of the island be excluded from the proposed boundary due to loss of integrity, primarily the installation of oil tanks, and our inability to provide the higher level of documentation required for national level of significance. SHPO staff concurred with this request, and the boundary has been altered to reflect it. Oops. If I go back. There we go. Okay, sorry. So the area that has been cut out is to the right of point 1 and above that little rectangle above point 7. Well, SHPO archaeologists believe that the combination of deep fill and repeated flooding over several centuries has preserved sites related to the significant themes documented here and located deep below the disturbance in this part of the island. They agree that our inability to access this land has precluded our ability to confirm their presence and interpret them to the exacting standards required for national significance. Nevertheless, that northern portion of the site will remain within the boundaries of the district that has been determined eligible for listing by New York State. And if in the future we gain access to these parcels for testing and evaluation, it will be possible to expand the nomination boundary at that time. Okay, so any questions about the boundary before I go on? Okay. Since everyone is already familiar with the nomination, I'm just going to summarize the argument for national significance and outline the relevant themes. Chelsea. Sorry, I cannot master this. Forward. Yes. You might have to stand here. Okay, there we go. All right, so the Papscony Island Historic District is nationally significant under criteria A, B, and D in the areas of ethnic heritage, Native American, politics, government, and archaeology, pre-contact and post-contact, as an extraordinarily intact cultural landscape documenting the culture and lifeways of the Mohicans, the Hudson Valley's predominant Native people, who are federally recognized as the Stockbridge Muncie Community Band of Mohican Indians. From the perspective of the Stockbridge Muncie, the district is most significant for its association with an important political leader of the Mohican people at the time of earliest European contact, the Sachem chief Papscony, and for its collection of well-preserved pre-contact and post-contact archaeological sites, which have already yielded considerable information about Mohican lifeways in the late woodland period. Because Papscony Island is largely underdeveloped, it retains considerable potential for the discovery of additional sites and for providing additional significant data that is critical to better understanding the development of Mohican culture in the Hudson Valley. Numerous known archaeological sites spanning the late woodland through early colonial periods also present a rare opportunity to study historic events and social, political, and ethnic dynamics, illuminating broad patterns in the colonialization of New York and the experiences of Native Americans and European settlers during this critical period in American history. Thus, the district is significant at the state level under criterion A in the area of settlement, as it documents the arrival, exploration, and settlement of the Dutch colonists in the mid-Hudson Valley and the many changes promulgated by early contact between the Mohicans and the Dutch, and under criterion C in the area of architecture for its early and intact representative example of New World Dutch rural domestic architecture initially constructed in the period just after the English had taken over New York. So as for the important themes, this image reminds us of the time that at the time of European contact, Mohicans had been living in the Hudson Valley for countless generations, and that the large collection of archaeological sites within the district has the potential to yield substantial information about their culture as a sovereign nation, their settlement patterns, subsistence systems, political and social organization, maize, agriculture, and the social and organizational changes associated with early contact with Europeans. This image represents the profound transformation of the mid-Hudson Valley landscape after the Dutch settled Fort Orange in 1624. Rensselaerwyck is the million-acre tract that Kilian van Rensselaer acquired beginning in 1631. He purchased land on and around Papscony from the important Mohican Sachem Papscony and from his heirs. And after 1637, at least 6 Van Rensselaer farms were established on the island. The archaeological sites of these may be among the earliest European farm sites in New York. One New World Dutch farmhouse survives on land acquired from the Van Rensselaers in 1696. This house and a settlement period cemetery have remained in the same family for 3 centuries. The European presence was also advantageous for the Mohicans as they were interested in trade with the Europeans, beginning with the all-important fur trade. We also recognize the presence of enslaved Africans, almost certainly brought by the earliest Dutch settlers. The significant number of enslaved Africans documented on at least 4 of the known Dutch farms indicates the considerable wealth and status of these Dutch farmers. After the Dutch arrived, the Mohican presence on the island gradually diminished until they had mostly disappeared by the late 17th century. Today, more than 2/3 of the island is still farmed, and it is some of the oldest continuously farmed land in New York State. Scholars believe that it looks much as it did to the Dutch and to the Mohicans before them. The Stockbridge Munsees own 1/3 of the island, and over 80% of the island remains undeveloped. And for the contemporary Mohican people, Papscony Island exemplifies their persistent and ongoing connection to their traditional homeland. They consider it to be a resource of the utmost historic, spiritual, and cultural significance. The Stockbridge Munsees are the sponsor of this nomination. So the revised nomination included 15 private property owners, and as of today, we received unnotarized objections, which does constitute a majority of the owners. 3 of the objections are new since the June meeting, but we also have 12 letters of support, and I'm going to read them from the New Netherland Research Center, the Roosevelt Vanderbilt Van Buren National Historic Site, the Rensselaer Plateau Alliance from Paul Huey, from the Delaware Nation, the Delaware Tribe of Indians, from Scenic Hudson, from the New York Archaeological Council, the Town of East Greenbush, the New York State Museum, the Stockbridge Munsee community, and the Stats family, the owners of the Dutch House. And the board members have received copies of all letters of support and objection. Today, we are asking the board to recommend that this district be listed on the State Register of Historic Places and submitted to the National Park Service for an official federal determination of eligibility for the National Register of Historic Places. Now, Jeff Brendemere, Tribal Historic Preservation Officer and the author of this nomination, is here to speak on their behalf. Jeff?
Thank you very much. I'm Jeff. I'm the Tribal Historic Preservation Officer for the Stockbridge Munsee community, the author of the nomination. I appreciate being here and your consideration of our nomination. I want to just take an opportunity. I try to be quick. Archaeologists are not known for brevity, so as you may have noticed. So I'll try to make it quick. I just want to thank Kath and Dan also at Historic Sites for helping us run through the sort of technicalities of putting together a nomination and some of the changes that happened, for example, national significance and some of the adjustments that we made. We did not anticipate when we first started out that we would have a nomination, for example, under all 4 criteria, which I understand is not necessarily common. So so we're appreciative of the instruction and comments that we got along the way in order to put together what I think is, and I hope you agree, is a credible nomination and was a lot of work over the last 2 years. I also want to thank the National Park Service because this was all undertaken under the Underrepresented Communities Grant through the National Park Service. And in some ways during this process, we found out why certain communities are underrepresented in the National Register process. The other thing that we wanted really to do, we knew we needed to fulfill all the technicalities of putting together a great nomination under the criteria, but we also wanted to make sure that we were able to include the perspectives of the tribal members, which we tried to do both at the same time. So I hope that's appreciated in a lot that, and I usually don't run through it in this order, but from the current Stockbridge Muncie Reservation in Wisconsin, having been uprooted from Stockbridge, Wisconsin, having uprooted uprooted from Indiana and Kansas, and having been uprooted from lands in Ohio, and having been uprooted from land in the Oneida Country in New York State, and having been uprooted from there, from the Housatonic River drainage, and having been uprooted from its homelands in the Hudson River drainage, the Middle Hudson Valley. I hope I got everything. I left out Pennsylvania and the Moravian Mohicans. Anyway, the tribal members today look back on Papscony Island as the root, the heart, and the foundation of their homeland. And that is the reason why a third of Papscony Island is owned by the tribe and operated as a nature preserve and open to the public, because it represents such an important part of their national heritage and their identity as a people, as a nation, as a sovereign nation. So I just wanted to frame that for you. And again, thank you very much for your kind consideration. I don't know if I can answer any questions, if that's part of the procedure, but.
Well, stay there in case there are any. And I just want to add,
Will do.
Not only is it a credible nomination, it's an incredibly wonderful nomination. And if there are there any questions or comments? Because I, for one, would like to make the motion to approve. And Tom Maggs has already jumped in on the second.
Can I just add a
Please,
quick comment?
please, comment.
Just to jump on
Yeah,
your praise, to say the inclusion of the contemporary voices, which is beautiful
yes.
and so important to the whole nomination. So thank you for that wonderful nomination.
Can I tell you from the time I was a little boy, my dad, my grandfather, I've been all over that area. Our family goes back to the original, Bill Stats, we're friends, relatives and so on. And with the state park at the far, it has been transformational for that area, for people to really get to know it and love it. It is a gem. And I'll tell you, we're very grateful to you for outlining that history. And it's nice to know that we can make some attempts to undo some of the past mistakes. And it's wonderful. there's a Philbrick, a writer on Nantucket, who wrote a lot about King Philip's War and so on, talks about your people living along the up in the Scotticoke area and coming over here and coming down. It is a rich, rich history, and it's something I just am so happy to be here to hear you, and this is a great nomination.
Indeed. Okay.
I have a question maybe for Kath. I understood that because property was deleted from the active federal nomination at the north end, that would have taken care of some of the property owner protests, but I think you said there are a great many more protests now.
Yes, it did. And for a while, we had a majority in favor, but then 3 additional people who hadn't objected the first time sent in objections.
I see. Okay. Well, thank you for that.
And
I'll just say that among the organizations that have expressed support for this, I didn't hear the Open Space Institute named, but they were the
no,
difference, I think.
but somebody from OSI has been working with the property owners, you know, trying to educate them and hope, you know, if there's any chance that any of them would change their mind. There is somebody.
One of Joe Martin's great accomplishments, I think, in the Capital District to do that, and then to make it a gift to the nation, and not really look for continuing.
Yeah. No, someone,
applause for it.
Chelsea and I had a great call with somebody from OSI, and he was going to try to work with some of the property owners. I want to know if Tom ran into little Paul Huey when he was around there as a little boy. So you have to come up and
Hello, I'm Joe Buno from Island Park, a property owner down there and a farmer. And, you know, I'm in favor of the preserve being a National Historic Site, but don't come up to the north where the land has been changed so drastically. You know, every day I'm moving soil off them fields and there's nothing, you know, that's part of my process. They should have made the line at the American Oil, which I call American Oil, to the south, to the end of the road, American Oil Road, and a preserve and Stotts' house. I'm all in favor of that area. But to come up north of that, where we've changed the area drastically and will continue to change it, there's, you know, it's not there. The preserve deserves national recognition. I'm against the boundaries, not against the historic. Anybody have any questions for me? I've been there since I was 8 years old, working that property, so I know
Where
it.
the Amoco tanks were, and then Hess went in there. Is that what you're talking about, that?
Amoco's at the end of the
North
road.
Crossing.
Yeah, but American Oil's at the end of the blacktopped road at the
Right.
beginning of the preserve. Okay, and then the preserve runs all the way down to Stotts Island Road and, you know, includes, you know, that's the end of the preserve, but the Stotts house will always remain historic. That is never going to change.
Are you, the cornfields where the webs?
The cornfields that you showed in there are my cornfields. Okay, and I have the tree nursery also and grow corn besides. And, you know, and we don't farm on the preserve, but we farm everything north through there. Just want to voice it. You know, I'm not against the historic preservation. I'm just against the boundaries. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Go ahead, please respond.
This is how I would respond. We are not trying to take anything away from you. We're not trying to restrict your activity, we have folks here who can answer authoritatively. Does any of this affect you in the ways that it sounds like you're concerned about? And I think the answer to that is no. We are not trying to take anything away, any activities that have been going on. I understand since '09 when the island was found to be eligible. The listing is not the crucial part of it. The listing is an honor, as I understand it. I hate to represent, we have all the experts in it.
Go ahead.
It's an honorific. It's the eligibility, which you've already been living under for years and years and years. So this is for us, for the tribe, a way to acknowledge and thank you, and honor its ancestors and a really crucial place in its history. It has, as I understand it, it has no effect whatsoever on what you can do on your property. So it appeared to me that the residents out there, the landowners out there, have been given inaccurate information. We are your neighbor. You were saying you appreciate the nature preserve, and we appreciate you, and we don't want to do anything to upset you. We do not think that we're impacting you in any kind of negative way, but this is a way for the tribe to show reverence for its historic place and for the ancestors, we think many of whom may still be in the ground out there. Oh,
Can I make a quick comment about the sort of land disturbance associated with some of the farming activities? Generally speaking, a lot of the archaeological deposits that we look at are very deeply buried. So we typically, when we're assessing site integrity or the potential for archaeological remains, don't consider usual activities like plowing the fields to be likely to be a substantial impact. And that's especially the case in a spot like Papscony, where you've got a significant amount of alluvial deposits, so years and years of flooding that have deposited those rich soils that make it such good farmland, have actually protected a lot of the deeper deposits. So even with typical agricultural activity and the changes that involves, there's still a very high potential for intact archaeological sites. That's true for both the pre-contact Native American sites as well as the early Dutch farm sites, which often had deep basements and other pit features, things like that associated with them. So the issue of agricultural activity disrupting or destroying the archaeological record out there isn't, I don't think, is much of a concern. I think there's a lot of potential still out there.
Brad from.
That's Brad, I believe, from our archaeology department.
Brad, would you confirm that and introduce yourself, please?
Brad, would you introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got on the call a little bit late. I hadn't gotten the link. Yeah, I'm Bradley Russell. I'm one of the archaeology reviewers
And he
for the
contributed.
SHPO and worked on a lot of the archaeological writing for the actual nomination.
I think Brad is reinforcing what we've been saying all along, that eligibility is the thing that makes you have to consult with us when you use state or federal money. Whatever you do with your own money, you can do. And as Brad said, we don't feel that a lot of, your farm fields are not disturbing anything. And we certainly we encourage farming. We're not trying to stop anybody from, we're encouraging continuing agriculture. It's been used for centuries on that land. And when we established the boundary, we as you know, we wanted to list the entire island, but in looking at it carefully for national significance, we drew the largest possible boundary that we could because the place has significance. It's not just this site and this site and this site. It's the cultural landscape that was the Mohican settlement there and did have all those Dutch farms. So the landscape itself has significance. So we only cut out the very few parcels that had actually been developed that we still would have included if it wasn't national significance, but we didn't feel we could justify them for national significance. So that's why we drew the line the way we drew it. We couldn't just take out a random parcel, oh, this person doesn't want to be in, this person doesn't want to be in. We have to draw the line based on what's there and what's intact. What is the historic object and what is intact. So it really is kind of a scientific process. It's not just an arbitrary process. But I think Brad spoke, I think Jeff put it very well. There's, that's your cornfield, right? So we would never do anything to take that away from you or regulate what you could do on it.
No, but it is zoned industrial property, and that's my investment. Okay, and this is going to create another hurdle to get approvals.
Daniel, could you speak to that?
So Joe, thank you again for coming in person. As backdrop to that, I'll say that the June meeting was held at Canandaigua State Historic Site in Victor, New York. I think there was some concern that the meeting location was sort of prohibiting or conflicting with the ability of local landowners to participate in this process. And then there was concern certainly that the September meeting, which had been scheduled a full year ago for Yonkers, was once again impeding the ability of local landowners to participate in this process. Those were long-established dates and locations. None of it was meant to impede the ability of folks to participate in this process. Technical issues in June also did not help. The landowners, all of the landowners have been living under a National Register eligibility determination since 2009. And I think one of the points I want to emphasize is that if you've not felt the impact of being eligible for listing on the National Register, and since that time frame, you're not going to feel an impact, a particular impact from being actually listed on the National Register, should this nomination move forward. Certainly we understand the concern. We also, I think it's my strong impression that the lateness of our public meeting, which was not scheduled until July, some of the early notification concerns, that the nomination was not as available to the public in the time frame that our initial correspondence indicated it would be, have fueled others getting out in front of our process, others providing information where our office should have, and I think a certain momentum built about this nomination, which we have taken steps to address. If there is federal money in a project, federal permit or federal authorization required, the lead agency for that project will have to come to our office for review and consultation. Typically, it appears to me, looking at our record since 2009, that the triggers for that are permits from U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and triggers for New York State DEC. There have been 15 projects. The project that catalyzed the National Register eligibility determination in 2009 was the East Greenbush Marina project, which has been back in for iterations since then. 14 other projects have been reviewed since 2009. Most of them, I think 11, have been closed out. There are 4 that are open. 3 of those 4 are fairly recent projects. So we have permitted utility lines, gas lines, electrical infrastructure, project-specific needs, stormwater, et cetera, et cetera. So we have done a lot of reviews, and none of those reviews have changed really the intent or the outcome of what the landowner or property owner or business owner sought to accomplish. There may have been modest modifications. Don't dig there, dig over there instead. But I certainly think for your business, the likelihood, first of all, that there would be a trigger is de minimis, and that our review, particularly in the demonstration of your repeated, decades-long use of the property in both for farming and for landscaping purposes, that continued use is not an impediment to the historic resources that we generally identify with the district. There is USDA, there are U.S. Department of Agriculture funds available to assist landscaping and farming businesses. The allocation of that money to a project or proposal at your site would trigger our review, but our review is by no means an automatic no, can't do, nothing can change henceforth. Our reviews are technically informed, insightful. They redirect from problem areas. They give a green light where issues are not perceived to be present. So I think in Rensselaer County, over the last decade or so, we have only reviewed a handful of USDA-funded projects and none in or around Papscony. Not to say that you might not choose to avail yourself of their incentives or funding at some point, but we don't see that type of review being an obstacle for you or for us. We'll conduct it in a timely fashion, and I think you'll be able to continue to operate your business as you have. So I just want to give you great credit for being a participant in the process. You have been engaged. You have asked questions throughout, and you have through representatives as well. And I so appreciate your willingness to come here and hear firsthand. I am not, this is a setting where, you may even feel my comments are intended to convince you to choose another course of action here. That is not my intent. I really am just trying to lay out the landscape, so to speak, as we see it. The simplest route forward here would have simply been to list, if we had been able, this Stockbridge Muncie property, the core, the preserve at the core of the island. That simple, that would impact them and arguably no one else. National Park Service standards would not allow us to do such. And so we have been researching the more complex scenarios here and have revised them responsive to comments. And so this is where we've ended up with a nomination that has its current boundaries. So anyway, that's a lot for me, but I just want to thank you for being here, for asking the question that you have asked, for substantiating your concerns, which are legitimate. And you're the only person who has appeared before us in person, and I give you great credit for that.
Other questions or comments about Papscony? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed or abstained? Motion carried.
Can I, for Joe and for those who are online, maybe landowners who are directly online, maybe landowners who are represented by legal counsel, the action just taken by the State Review Board is to list this property to the State Register of Historic Places. There is no component of the State Historic Preservation Act that allows for landowner objection to such listing. So that was the action taken. Because the majority of landowners have opposed the nomination to the National Register of Historic Places, we are not able to take action, as you will hear repeatedly for the rest of the meeting, take action to forward this nomination for national listing. However, the National Park Service does require that we provide the draft nomination, all letters of objection, all letters of support, all required mapping that would go typically with the nomination package. They require it from the staff of the State Historic Preservation Office. This does not require board action. For the National Park Service to review this 2009 National Register eligibility determination. So this material will go down to the Park Service, and they will make a decision as to whether our read since 2009 about the eligibility is correct or not. So that all of this paperwork will go to Washington. The only action they will take is to review that eligibility determination and provide our office with a final determination in that regard. So, thank you.
Moving on to the next National Register nomination. Yeah, moving on to Thompson District number 10. Chelsea?
Okay, so this is the Thompson District number 10 school, constructed in 1915 and is locally significant under National Register Criterion A in the area of education as an illustrative example of the development of public education in the rural Hudson Valley milling and manufacturing communities. The school is also significant under Criterion C in the area of architecture as an intact example of public schools built to standardized design specifications following the 1904 Unification Act, which were in turn informed by progressive era concerns for school fire safety, ventilation, sanitation, and natural lighting. The period of significance extends from 1915, when the school serving elementary school children, through 1968, when it was sold into private hands. In the early 20th century, the Thompson School lay adjacent to two busy paper and pulp mills and provided education to the area's children of industrial workers. Servicing Thompson, as well as nearby Clark Mills, Northumberland, Schuylerville, and Victory Mills, the school is highly intact and represents the area's industrial context that has largely disappeared from the landscape due to Thompson's industrial activity being constructed after the period, in the period after World War II. The school is one of the only surviving public buildings within the hamlet from this period. The 1904 Unification Act and the 1910 Education Law established regulations to standardize school construction and address the proper configuration of halls, doors, stairways, and staircases, fire protection and suppression, lighting, heating, ventilation, and humidity. Recommendations were even made regarding site selection, orientation of the building for natural lighting, the architect, contractor choice, and managing costs of construction. The New York State Department of Education also advised trustees to adopt symmetrical, simplistic designs rather than ostentatious ones. Architects and designers seized the opportunity provided by state legislative mandates. The whole idea of rural school buildings and grounds designed by outside architects working to spec instead of local school trustees relying on regional tradition was new. While legislation drove the interior plan in volumes, the fenestration and environmental systems, the exterior detailing could be responsive to local preference. Design decisions respecting detailing were largely driven by aesthetic preference and budget. With a more standardized and diversified curriculum, education buildings were required to serve numerous functions with flexible space. From its opening through the 1920s, the student body of the Thompson School comprised first graders through eighth graders. The building was divided into a grammar room, a primary room, and an intermediate room. The fourth room in the building was used for a library, which in 1920 had over 200 books. The Thompson School demonstrates many of the progressive era features, including interior plan, lighting, stair configuration, and environmental systems. Elements such as a narrow winder staircase and inward opening exterior doors, now known to decrease mortality during a fire, were expressly prohibited based on the new legislation. Thompson School features the unilateral lighting, blind walls, and double-loaded stairway corridor driving a symmetrical plan common to schoolhouses of this period. The classrooms have 13-foot ceilings, and one group of 4 full-height windows that reach the ceiling with minimal space in between. Such windows were prescribed in order to maximize natural lighting, reaching the opposite wall of the room, and to eliminate dark spots. This building was a historic homeowner tax credit project, and we have 1 letter of support from Assemblywoman Carrie Warner. Any questions?
Questions or comments about the schoolhouse? Thought the form was particularly good in terms of the images it provided both before and after schoolhouse location, so that was really nice. Thought it a little weird to see the word basketball and baseball as 2 words. Questions or comments? Your motion.
As the homeowner,
Kristen, second. Jennifer, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
Thank you. The second nomination for me today is the Malone Residential Historic District, which is significant under Criterion A in the area of community planning and development, and under Criterion C in the area of architecture. The district effectively portrays the hamlet's historic and physical growth and development associated with the village's role as a prominent commercial, manufacturing, and transportation hub for the period spanning from the mid-19th to mid-20th centuries. The period of significance specifically extends from circa 1850 to 1950, when Malone's initial industrial foundation through the construction of the railroad and eventual conclusion of Malone's authority as a major transportation hub. The origin of the village's rise to prominence are due to its location on the Salmon River and its selection as the county seat in 1808. To the mid to late 19th century's sharp rise in population and the increase of the village's services was due to the opening of the Northern Railroad in 1850 and the subsequent growth of several industries, including hops cultivation, wool, and paper production, as well as the adjacent communities' impacts of exporting from the farming and logging industries. In the post-war period of the 1950s and beyond, Malone went through a gradual decline as few new industries or businesses replaced those of the earlier century. The earliest extant buildings within the district are predominantly Greek Revival residences built in the 1850s with additional architectural styles, including examples of Italianate, Queen Anne, Craftsman, and Minimalist traditional. Within the district, the buildings range in height from 1 to 3 stories, with 2-story structures dominating. The streetscapes are residential and delineated by uniform urban fronts and side setbacks, with a few grand estates having deeper setbacks or expansive lawns. Of approximately 280 properties within the district, 262 are contributing to the Malone Residential Historic District. Roughly 34 buildings are considered non-contributing to the district due to lack of integrity outside the period of significance, or they're no longer extant. A large percentage of the contributing buildings have contributing carriage houses, barns, or garages. Due to the absence of significant development pressure during the late 20th and 21st centuries, the district has retained its mid-19th and mid-20th century character and architectural integrity. For this nomination, we received 2 letters of objection, but no letters of support. Any questions?
Period of significance. On page 59 in the form, it says 1830, and on page 60.
Okay, thank you.
Which
1850.
questions or comments?
Chelsea, could you share with us what the objections are?
These were pretty standard objections, just homeowners who might not necessarily know the ramifications of the honorary listing and didn't want to be included.
Do I hear a motion? We got it first, Tom Bag second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chelsea. All right. Jennifer, take us to Gate Circle.
All right, good morning, everybody. The Gates Circle Medical Building is a representative example of a modestly designed mid-20th century medical office building. Locally significant under criterion C in the area of architecture, the Gates Circle Medical Building reflects a new type of facility that developed in the post-war era, providing multiple medical offices and specialty in one centralized location. The style of the building is modest and minimalistic, and the plan is simple, flexible, and efficient. Commissioned by a group of physicians, the design reflects the nature of the facility to provide office space for local physicians, many of whom were attending physicians at the local Millard Fillmore Hospital when the building was opened in 1968. Located across the street from the hospital, the Gates Circle Medical Building was constructed in 1967 and opened in 1968 to the designs of local architect Richard B. Mades. The areas surrounding the Gates Circle Medical Building contain several examples of post-war medical office buildings, including the Delaware Avenue Medical Center, which the board reviewed back in 2019. As Millard Fillmore Hospital was growing to meet the needs of the city during the 1940s to the 1960s, smaller medical office buildings were constructed in the area. The building was commissioned by a group of physicians who formed 50 Gates Circle, Inc. They founded this development entity in 1966 for the express purpose of funding and constructing a medical office building. The 3-story concrete and steel frame building is faced with polychromatic and glazed brick and was designed with a simple interior plan indicative of the speculative development. A central circulation core is flanked by office space to either end of the building. The interior plan maximized flexibility for tenant use of the space and allowed ample windows and natural lighting. Office interiors within the building could be laid out depending on the functional needs of the individual physician or specialty. Medical office buildings emerged as a distinct building type during the early 20th century, intended to support and supplement larger hospital facilities with practices that specialized in medical subfields. Rather than having physicians make house calls, have a home office, or cluster within a hospital, the medical field increasingly separated diagnostic and treatment centers into separate specialized facilities. The medical office buildings allowed physicians to have office space, either as a single provider or as part of a larger specialized group, to provide medical services ranging from general practice to gynecology to orthopedics, etc. The specialization of the medical profession into subfields was architecturally manifested in the development of the medical office building as a typology. This new typology, quote, merged the professionalism of commercial office towers and the technology edge of modern medicine. Architecturally, medical office buildings were frequently designed using simple modern style designs meant to physically embody the sense of cleanliness, modernity, and efficiency of the medical practices themselves. Millard Fillmore Hospital closed in 2010 and has since largely been demolished and replaced with new housing development. The concentration of Buffalo's medical facilities to the east of Main Street and the new medical campus has led many of these smaller facilities to close, including the former Gates Circle Medical Building in the early 2000s. It is slated for redevelopment as a commercial tax credit project and has an approved Part 1. So this is the Gates Circle Medical Building. Are there any questions on this?
I hear a motion. Gretchen, second? I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstained? Motion carried.
Moving on to another part of Buffalo. The Winspear Extension Historic District, located in the University Heights neighborhood of Buffalo, is significant as a representative example of an early 20th century residential suburban subdivision. Significant under criterion A in the area of community planning and development and criterion C in the area of architecture, the Winspear Extension Historic District was developed between 1920 and 1939 to attract middle-class homeowners in Buffalo. The Winspear Extension Historic District is located in the north portion of the city of Buffalo, just south of the SUNY at Buffalo South Campus. The district contains 318 primary resources and 252 secondary resources in an area bounded by Winspear Avenue to the north, Bailey Avenue to the west, Eggert Road to the east, and Browns Avenue to the south. The district boundaries reflect the original boundaries of the Winspear Extension subdivision, delineated in a map filed in 1920 at the Erie County Clerk. Established by real estate developers H.C. Bickford, George F. Wallace, and Oscar H. Gasicki, the historic district provides a compact, well-defined collection of popular architectural styles from the era, meant to appeal to a largely white middle-class target audience during the post-World War I era. The entire district was once a single tract of land known as Lot 46 before this lot was finally purchased and subdivided by Wallace and Gaisecki, spurred by the successful rapid development of land to the east related to the University of Buffalo and to the north, and was made newly accessible by the expansion of the Buffalo's streetcar system, with lines running up Main Street and Bailey Avenue. These developers laid out and paved the streets, subdivided the lots, and began selling the land and building houses in the Wind Spirit extension by May 1920, with advertisements documenting the rapid sales within the neighborhood. Today, the district contains a strong, largely intact collection within the historic boundaries of the residential neighborhood established by the real estate developers between 1920 and 1939. The bulk of the growth of the Wind Spirit Extension Historic District occurred very rapidly, with most of the buildings being constructed in the 1920s. As nearly all of the houses were constructed by a single developer around the same time, this district has an overall sense of aesthetic cohesiveness and unity. The developers and builders maintained a consistent vocabulary of popular architectural styles that were typical of the period and aimed to attract middle-class residents. Setbacks are consistent throughout the area with grass lawns and medians. Driveways access small one-story garages to the rear of the houses in most cases, reflecting the growth in popularity of automobiles by the 1920s development era. The bulk of the residential building stock in the district are examples of freestanding bungalows, but there are also examples of craftsman, American Foursquare, and colonial revival styles that were common during this era. Elements such as front porches, regular fenestration, and double-hung wood sash windows, chimneys, and clipped gable asphalt roofs are common throughout the district. Mostly frame or brick clad, residences are typically individually freestanding houses built for single family or two family occupancy. The district is almost entirely comprised of residential architecture, except for Buffalo Public School number 80, built in 1929 to the designs of architect Ernest Crimmy. We've seen many of his schools here. This project was sponsored by the University Heights Collaborative, and to date we have received no letters of objection. This is the Wind Spirit Extension Historic District. Are there any questions?
I'll move approval.
Second.
Carol, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Carries.
So I know that we just sent you a revised version of this draft late last week, and I do hope that you've had the opportunity to review the new information that came to light. Since the original draft went out, we confirmed that the building was actually pressed metal, which is even more uncommon in the city of Buffalo. And the consultant has done an excellent job developing a context on pressed metal architecture in Buffalo, some of which I'm going to just go over today. So the building at 1389 Delaware Avenue is significant under criterion C in the area of architecture, is a rare example of late 19th century pressed metal commercial storefront architecture in Buffalo. Constructed in 1895 as the sales office for a Vermont-based monument manufacturer, it appears to be the only extant example of a building with a decorative pressed metal facade remaining in the city of Buffalo. Opened in 1895 across the street from Forest Lawn Cemetery, the building was designed as a showroom for cemetery monuments and gravestones. Built for E.L. Smith and Company, the building housed a retail display and sales area on the first floor, while the upper floor held drafting and workspaces. However, the significance of the building at 1389 Delaware Avenue is tied to its importance as a relatively rare example of a late 19th century commercial building with a pressed metal facade. The two-story commercial building displays an ornamental scheme of foliated ornament, including second-story pilasters, window surrounds, arched hoods, and a cornice with dentil and modillions. Pressed metal emerged as an alternative to masonry storefronts in the 1850s, initially being used as an alternative to heavy wood or metal cornices, before eventually being used to decorate entire elevations of buildings. Pressed metal emerged as a competitive alternative to both masonry and cast iron facades, with dozens of companies producing and distributing these products nationwide by the 1870s. Many of the largest pressed sheet metal companies were located in Ohio, New York, and Pennsylvania, where steel production also had a stronghold. While the design at 1389 Delaware Avenue cannot be attributed to any specific company or maker at this time, Buffalo was a major metalworking center during the late 19th century, and the facade was was likely manufactured locally. In the 1894 city directory, the year before the building was constructed, businesses such as the Kellogg Architectural Iron and Steel Works, the Sidney Shepherd and Company, and the Queen City Metal Works all identified pressed metal amongst their products. From 1908 until 1931, the building housed various commercial operations. In 1931, father and son Joseph and Charles Goen acquired the building and opened the Delaware House Tavern. At this building, Goen popularized the locally renowned pub fare of the beef on wax sandwich. I highly recommend. It became known as the Locker Room Bar in the 1970s and was a popular local hangout. The building remained in use as a bar and nightclub until around 2013. Today, the building is in the initial stages of redevelopment, and it has an approved Part 1. So this is the building at 1389 Delaware Avenue. Are there any questions?
I have one question. I wonder if anybody ever came in there to eat and realized that that was the same spot where they bought their mother or father's gravestone. As I read that, I first thought it was caskets and it was gravestones. I think that's a cool building. I'd like to move it.
It's known as the locker room. It's its personality, sort of my generation. Questions? I'll motion and Tom can second. All in favor? Opposed or abstained?
Want a deal on the roast beef sandwich in that week.
No more roast beef, sorry.
You abstained or opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
What is the wet?
Okay.
It's a kind of
wait,
the Kimmelwick roll.
That's
WEC is a Kimmelwick roll. It has caraway seeds and salt on the top coat. Kaiser roll.
Have it for lunch.
Sure. Thank you.
All right, everyone. This is the, is my mic? How's my mic?
Yeah, you might have to hold it up.
How's this? Anything? Sorry. Okay, this is the former Catholic Central High School in Troy. This building was constructed in 1947 as a laboratory for Cluett Peabody and Company and was converted to house the city's Catholic high school in 1953. The property is significant under Criterion A in the area of education for its association with regional and national patterns in Catholic education during the 20th century. As the city of Troy saw industrial success, first with iron production and later the manufacture of detachable shirt collars and cuffs, its population grew, including the Catholic immigrant population. More and more Catholic churches and accompanying elementary schools were founded in the city and surrounding area, and the need for a high school became clear. Catholic Central High School was established as the city's first citywide Catholic high school in 1923 at a location just north of downtown Troy. The school operated in its first home for 30 years, but by 1952, as Troy's population continued to grow after the Second World War, the school had 1,300 students and had outgrown its current building. Fortunately, a new facility presented itself in the form of the recently vacated Cluett Peabody and Company Research Laboratory. Cluett Peabody was a prominent local clothing manufacturer. In 1947, they had had a new facility constructed in the northern part of Troy as a space to develop new materials for their clothing lines. But after only a few years of use, they relocated that function back to their main plant and put the lab up for sale. The Albany Diocese purchased the laboratory building in 1952 as the new home for Catholic Central High School and had it converted to suit that purpose. The school was relocated to the new building in 1953. Beyond providing more space, the new location was more convenient to Troy's growing suburban areas and had adjacent space for athletic fields. Continued growth of the school meant that a need for more space continued to be an issue, and the school soon commissioned a new gymnasium building on the property, which was completed in 1957. In 1961, an addition was also made to the main building. Enrollment peaked in 1965 at nearly 2,000 students, Following nationwide trends, enrollment declined after this point, and in 1922, the school moved out of this campus. Today, the campus retains its integrity as a mid-century school complex consisting of the school building and the gym. And this is a tax credit project with an approved Part 1. Are there any questions?
Could you clarify when the school moved out? Did you say 1922?
2022.
This area in North Troy, Lansingburg has gone under some really serious downgrades as far as quality of life and so on. This area for the school. Good. It's not working well? Oh, okay. Long story, short story, this area has suffered economically, social issues. This could make a big difference for Troy and North Troy. I would move this. So will be a good project if it comes together.
Thank you, Tom. The questions or comments? Tom moved. Do I hear a second? Gretchen, seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
All right, so next up is the Thomas S. and Mary K. Fagan House in the city, also in the city of Troy. It was constructed in 1909 in a new residential subdivision in a developing area of the city, and its design is attributed to prominent local architect Stanton P. Lee. The property is significant under Criterion C in the area of architecture as an excellent example of a colonial revival style residence in the city of Troy. The area where this house was built on the east side of the city began to see significant development after streetcar routes were expanded in 1890. Located like cemeteries, the neighborhood became a desirable suburb where wealthy residents of the city built new homes. In 1906, architect Frederick M. Cummings bought a tract of land in the area and laid out Whitman Court, the street on which the Fagan house is located. He built a house for himself on one of the lots and sold off the other 11, putting stipulations in the deeds for the minimum cost of house construction. Businessmen, doctors, and lawyers of the city bought up the lots and had grand houses constructed. The Fagan house was built in 1909 on a large corner lot on Whitman Court for siblings Thomas and Mary Fagan, children of an Irish immigrant. Thomas was a prominent attorney and served a term as corporation counsel for the city of Troy. After his death in 1924, Mary inherited his estate, and in her will she left many large gifts to religious and charitable institutions in Troy. The design of the house is attributed to Troy architect Stanton P. Lee, who worked with Frederick Cummings early in his career. Lee designed multiple commercial and public buildings in the city, but was most known for private residences, specializing in colonial revival-style homes for Troy's wealthy citizens. With architectural details intact on both the exterior and interior, the Fagan house retains excellent integrity as an example of a high-style colonial revival residence. And this is an honorary nomination initiated by the owners of the house who are actually here, Julia and Eric Arth. If you would like to come up and say a few words.
Thank you, Tabitha. My name is Eric Arndt. Julia is in the back recording this for posterity. As an interior designer, you can see that she has put a great effort in terms of, as we have decided to be the custodians of the legacy of this beautiful property. We also know its historic significance to Troy, and also the fact that Mr. Thomas Fagan and Mary Kate Fagan were supporters of Troy, not only in being able to represent the townspeople in court cases, but when Thomas Fagan passed away, he left the estate to Mary Kay Fagan, who bequeathed much of it to a scholarship for students from Troy to attend Williams College and who couldn't afford to go. So we know that we knew it was special. And we knew that families over the years have raised children there and families there. We're proud to be the custodians, as I say, of its legacy. Thank you.
Go ahead, Tom.
This is a great area. Some of you may remember Pat Quinn, who was the Dean of Architecture at RPI, and Reverend Tom Fallon, who was absolutely terrific, had a lot to do with the restoration of the Cathedral of the Immaculate Conception in Albany, and did so much to get West Hall, which was part of RPI, which goes back to the 1860s as a hospital, restored. This whole area, and that house is a cornerstone. Right near there is Old Mount Ida Cemetery and New Mount Ida Cemetery, and that whole area has really been being restored, and that is an active community. And this is a precious area. If you go up that street and around, they're just, Dr. Houston, who was president of RPI, had a home back there. It's a gem. And I go by it all the time. I love that area. I think it's super.
Thank you, Tom. Other questions or comments about the Fagan House? Do I hear a motion? A second? Kristen, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
All right, so this is the oil tanker Mary A. Whalen, formerly the St. Cadieux, which is currently docked at a harbor in Brooklyn. The tanker was listed on the National Register in 2012, and this is an amended nomination. Besides updating the location, as the tanker has been moved to a different pier since when it was first nominated, this amendment is to change the level of significance of the tanker from local to national and to extend the period of significance through 1975. That year, a Supreme Court case involving the tanker overturned 125 years of maritime collision law precedent. The Mary A. Whalen is a coastal oil tanker that was built in 1938. As opposed to crude oil tankers, coastal tankers were meant for small-scale deliveries of consumer-ready fuel. The Whalen was based out of the Port of New York and transported fuel to sites along the East Coast between New York and Maine. Under the name St. Cadieux, it carried gasoline and kerosene. In 1962, it was sold to a new owner who rechristened it the Mary A. Whalen and converted it to carry heavier fuel oil products. The Mary A. Whalen is significant under Criterion C as a rare example of a coastal oil tanker constructed in the 1930s, and it retains a high degree of integrity as an example of this type. One notable feature it retains is its bell and jingle communication system, which was used by the captain to communicate with the engineer regarding the desired direction and speed. Today, very few boats with this technology, known as bell boats, remain intact. The focus of this amended nomination is on documenting the tanker's national significance under Criterion A in the areas of maritime history and law. In December 1968, the tanker was grounded off the Rockaways during a storm, resulting in a series of court cases meant to determine who was liable for her damages, the owners or the U.S. Coast Guard. The case ultimately went to the U.S. Supreme Court, who had been looking for a case they could use to overturn an 1854 precedent decision requiring that damages in maritime collision cases be split 50-50 if both parties were at all at fault, meaning both parties would be equally liable even if one bore only a small part of the blame. The new precedent established that liability should be divided according to each party's share of the fault, which in this case resulted in the Mary A. Whalen's owners bearing 75% of the costs. This precedent stands today and was used in cases including the Exxon Valdez oil spill and the BP Deepwater Horizon spill. And that is the Mary A. Whalen. Any questions?
Yes. So, the nomination, and it's a fascinating thing. But I'll hold it. All right. The nomination included the most stupefying nomenclature. I thought I knew a little about maritime design nomenclature, but I wrote down, I think there are about 20 words here that extraordinary. I don't know who did the nomination, but it was masterful in its obscurity. It is an exciting nomination because of the U.S. Supreme Court. We don't have too many, I think, come before us that involve a New York Supreme Court decision. I'd be happy to nominate.
Thank you, Wynn.
And
Carol?
I'd be happy to second. I'll note for the record that it's Portside, New York, a Red Hook, Brooklyn-based entity that put forward the nomination to our delight, and the national significance is really very well deserved.
Thank you, Carol. Any other questions or comments?
Yeah. Yes, I think so. I defer to the chair.
I believe that's true. Yeah, if its location of its siting is moved, then we have to amend.
Yeah, right now, I think it's pretty permanently docked. They operate it as a museum. They're a nonprofit that owns it.
Right.
Right. It's very, as a Brooklyn resident, I can speak to how it's an important icon in our local setting.
Yeah, great. All right, we
Can
have
we
a
make them get a bigger anchor? Nope.
all right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Any opposed or abstain? Motion carries.
All right, next up is the Wadhams Grange Hall, which is located in the hamlet of Wadhams in Essex County. It was constructed as a store around 1830 and was purchased by Wadhams Grange number 1015 in 1911 to serve as their meeting hall. It is significant under both criteria A and C in the areas of social history, agriculture, and architecture. Wadhams is a small hamlet on the Boquet River near Lake Champlain, founded on this site due to its water power potential. The hamlet grew to have several sawmills and grist mills, and as the population increased and transportation routes improved, local farmers were able to switch from subsistence to commercial farming, with a particular focus on dairy farming. In 1902, the Wadhams Grange was founded as a subordinate chapter of the National Grange, a social organization for farmers and other rural residents, including women. Over the following 97 years, the Wadhams Grange served the local community by bringing farm families together for education, empowerment, and entertainment. Through its association with the state and national granges, the Wadhams Grange was also an advocate for improvements to farmers' lives. The Wadhams Grange initially met in a different building in the village, but in 1911 they bought this former store building as their permanent headquarters and adapted it to suit their needs. The building is significant under criterion C as an intact example of a typical Grange hall, with the first floor containing a kitchen and a dining room for preparation and serving of meals, as well as a large meeting room with a stage for Grange meetings and other events. The building's second floor contains 2 additional meeting rooms, which were used by 2 other local fraternal organizations, chapters of the Independent Order of Oddfellows and its women's auxiliary, the Daughters of Rebecca. Many of the members of these organizations were also members of the Grange. The Wadhams Grange used the building until they disbanded in 2001 after a decrease in membership over the previous decades. Today, the building retains integrity on both the interior and exterior, possessing the characteristics of a typical early 20th century Grange hall. And this is a tax credit project with an approved Part 1. Any questions?
Second. First, Gretchen second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstaining?
All right, this is the William H. and Mary M. Romaine House in Kingston. It was constructed circa 1853 and enlarged several times over the years, with one renovation adding the distinctive Gothic Revival details to the exterior. It is significant under criterion C in the area of architecture as an intact example of a mid-19th century Gothic Revival cottage. The house was originally built as a single front gabled volume with a basement kitchen. It was constructed by Edward Brink, a local architect and carpenter responsible for several noteworthy buildings in the area. Brink had built a house for himself nearby and seems to have built this house on speculation. In 1858, it was purchased by William Romaine, a local politician and newspaper publisher. William's household included his wife, children, and a servant, and given his prominent status in the community, he likely wanted more space to accommodate his family and guests. By 1870, he had expanded the house with 2 projecting side wings, one of which you see here. These wings feature Gothic Revival detailing in the gables, and it is likely that the elaborately carved Gothic-style gable screen on the facade was also added at this time. The style of the window surrounds suggests that they were a slightly later addition. The Romaines moved out in 1880, and after several intermediate owners, Dr. William E. Little and his family moved in 1911. At this time, only the front gabled portion of the building had a porch, but it is likely under the Littles' ownership that the porch was expanded to wrap around. William's office was in the home, and the expanded porch would have provided access to a secondary entrance that was installed in the west wing for his patients. This porch expansion was the last major alteration to the house's exterior. Later owners subdivided the house into apartment units in the 1930s or 40s, but recently unsympathetic interior alterations have been reversed by the current owner, and today the house's interior retains much of its historic floor plan and finishes. As a whole, the Romaine House is one of Kingston's most expressive examples of Gothic Revival cottage architecture. And this is a tax credit project with an approved Part 1. Are there any questions?
I'm curious, were there never any railings on the porch?
I don't believe that there were. I think because it's so low to the ground, I would assume.
As the codes person, it's troubling. 30 inches there.
Other questions or comments? I hear a motion.
I'll move.
Wint, a second. Jennifer. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstained?
All right, my last one for you today is the Copake Railroad Depot, which is located in the town of Copake in Columbia County. It was built in 1876 for the Rhinebeck and Connecticut Railroad, which played a key role in transporting Hudson Valley farm products to urban markets. The depot is significant under Criterion A in the area of transportation for its association with the broader pattern of railroad development and market expansion in Columbia County, and under Criterion C as an intact and increasingly rare example of a small rural railroad station building in the Hudson Valley. The town of Copake was formed in 1824 and developed as an agricultural area. The New York and Harlem Railroad, constructed in 1852, was the only railroad that passed through the town until the construction of the Rhinebeck in Connecticut in 1875. This railroad ran through Dutchess and Columbia counties from Rhine Cliff on the Hudson River to the New York-Connecticut border. 9 stations were established between the 2 endpoints, including the one in Copake. So down here is the starting point, and then it's up and jogs a little bit up here into the town of Copake, which is where this depot is, and then down here to the state line. The line provided passenger service, but its main impact was through freight transport. Coal was shipped east, and farm products were shipped back west to be taken south to New York City via the Hudson. This new ease of transportation enabled the Copake area to shift from a focus on grain production to dairy. Milk receiving plants were built adjacent to the train stations, which would collect milk from local farmers and then produce butter, pasteurized milk, and cheese to be shipped out. Copake soon became the county's 2nd largest dairy producer. The Copake Depot was built south of the hamlet of Copake, which was a typical rural agricultural center of the period. A milk receiving station had been built near the depot by the 1890s, and in 1901, a larger plant was constructed by the Borden Company. A small freight house was constructed behind the depot in 1913, providing more storage space. The freight house remains extant and is a contributing building to the nomination. The railroad was sold multiple times before passenger service ceased in the 1930s. In 1938, after the Borden Company switched to transporting its dairy products by truck, the line was closed completely and the tracks taken up. Today, only 3 Rhinebeck and Connecticut Railroad depots survive. Of those, only the Copake Depot remains largely unaltered and in its original location. And that is the Copake Depot. Are there any questions? Oh, and this is this is a tax credit project with improvement part 1.
Questions or comments about Copay? Motion? Tom? Carol is a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Tabitha.
Good morning. Is it afternoon? Okay, good afternoon. Okay. This is the Oldfield Point Light Station located in the village of Oldfield within the hamlet of Setauket in Suffolk County. It is significant under both Criterion A for maritime history and Criteria C in the area of architecture as an intact example of a fourth-order lighthouse and complex. This property meets the registration requirements of the MPDF listing for light stations of the United States established by the National Park Service. The earliest contributing building on site is the 1824 Keeper's House, which was built as a companion to an original lighthouse, replaced in 1868 with the lighthouse that you see here. Between the lighthouse and the Keeper's House is a contributing brick oil house built circa 1910. The period of significance begins in 1824 with the construction of the Keeper's House through 1945 when the U.S. Coast Guard decommissioned the station and ownership passed to the village of Oldfield. Oldfield is a village located on the north shore of Long Island. Its position on the treacherous shore of Long Island Sound made it an ideal location to provide navigational aid to fishermen and sailors, as well as a defensive position for military purposes. The federal government authorized the establishment of a lighthouse here in 1821 to fill in a 60-mile gap where no beacons existed. The original lighthouse was built in 1823 with a separate keeper's cottage. This original lighthouse was replaced in 1868 with the current structure during a time when the Long Island Sound experienced increased traffic. Like other fourth-order lighthouses built during this time, Oldfield boasted a powerful new Fresnel lens and attached keeper's quarters. Over the next 7 decades, the Oldfield Light Station served its original purpose. It was deactivated in 1933 in favor of a 50-foot steel tower with an automated beacon on top. The Coast Guard repossessed the property during World War II to use the land for drills and surveillance of the coastline. Like all fourth-order lighthouses, Oldfield Lighthouse is a 2-story ashlar granite structure with cast iron lantern rising 40 feet above the ground. The corners of the building include projecting coins, and there is a grand vestibule entry. Most, if not all, the window fenestrations are original and retain historic materials. The steel light tower was removed in the 1990s, but its concrete base remains. You can see that in the top right photo. Behind the lighthouse is the brick oil shed, and that's in the bottom right photo. By the end of the 19th century, kerosene became the common fuel for lenses, and its highly flammable nature spurred the construction of fireproof detached oil houses. As automated beacons took over, surviving oil houses were often demolished, making Oldfield's surviving oil house a rare representation of this period of lighthouse history. It survives as a storage shed and has high integrity. The 1824 stone keeper's house is next to the oil shed. So you can also see that on the bottom right. It has been modified with a new entry and dormer, but it retains the architectural characteristics that make its original use recognizable. Despite the loss of this steel light tower and addition of a modern garage, the light station property retains a high degree of integrity of location and design, workmanship, feeling, and association. After World War II, the lighthouse was returned to the village of Oldfield, and by the 1960s, they began using it as the village hall. The lighthouse interior retains its original plan and some materials, most notably the light tower itself. The lantern includes an automated light that still guides marine craft in the Sound. The attached lighthouse now serves as village offices. The 1824 detached keeper's house has been modernized as the village meeting space with the removal of the second floor loft and modification of window fenestration. That's the top left photo, is the interior of the keeper's cottage today. There is also new flooring and wood paneling, although portions of the original stone structural walls have been revealed inside. Today, the site retains integrity that clearly conveys the characteristics of an evolving light station throughout the 19th and into the 20th centuries. We did not receive any oppositions to this honorary nomination, and it was sponsored by the Village of Oldfield. I'm very happy that the sponsor drove all the way from Long Island today. This is Trustee Rebecca Vanderbogart with this city, and do you want to say a couple of things?
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for your consideration. And I have to applaud Leslie for the hard work, and Chelsea, and before that was Jennifer. And we are just so honored to be in your consideration. If you love lighthouses, this should be on your must-see bucket list. And if you even like them, you should come. So in addition to the historic history that should be saved, there's also a park. It's 7 acres. And as we all know, with the invention of technology, electricity, satellites, GPS, people tend to think, why do we have lighthouses? This is still an active functioning light. So the Coast Guard is responsible for the light. The village is responsible for everything else. But the draw for the public, it is a public park, and people come and it's romantic. The views are spectacular. And anyway, I just wanted to thank you all. Any questions?
Is the public allowed up in the lighthouse area?
Right now, it's a bit dangerous, but our goal is to start education seminars and take people up.
Fantastic. Yeah, that's a heck of a ladder.
That's actually a replacement. The original was steel.
Questions or comments from the board? Do I hear a motion?
I have a comment.
Oh, please, Carol.
Yeah, I wanted to note that this property is part of a multiple resource nomination that was put forward and part of the light stations of the United States that was approved by the Park Service in 2002 as a point of information, and I'd be happy to move this item as well.
Fantastic, thank you. Go ahead. Kristen, seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstain? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very much.
Doug, I want to thank you for making the drive up from Long Island. I want to thank you for making the drive up from Long Island, and we're happy to support this nomination. You are now, once listed on the National Register, I guess actually because you're already on the state register, you will be eligible for historic preservation grants from Parks Office. So I want to make you aware of that because certainly they might contribute to your plans and intentions there. And then just this year, for the first time ever, our office was recipient of National Maritime Heritage Grant funding. And so we do have additional funding available from the federal government, from the National Park Service, for interpretive and capital project needs related to maritime history. And certainly the National Register status will aid in your consideration there. That is a program we hope to apply for routinely on an annual basis from the National Park Service. And while an award to New York State is not guaranteed, we do hope to be equally successful in future years as we were this past. So please stay in touch, and we're happy to support your efforts here.
Thank you. All right, at this time, we're going to break for lunch. I've been told it's a good time in terms of food arrival and where we are in the schedule. So we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Starting again? Yeah, I didn't think they would be. Everybody's on her way. What kind of pants are those you got on? Yeah, well, I never went changed. Come up here with your cord. Yeah, let me just undo this.
No, not at all. No, not with the coffee. Right.
Sure. To see.
All right, we're going to get started in just a couple more seconds here. All right, we're going to pick back up with the National Register reviews. We have 8 board members seated, so we have quorum. We'll pick up with Dan Boggs and take us to Binghamton.
All right, State Street and Henry Street boundary expansion. Situated a few blocks north of Binghamton's business district, the State Street, Henry Street Historic District was listed in 1986. The district lists a variety of commercial, industrial, and civic buildings built between 1877 and 1935, and represents an island of historic survival amid a sea of aggressive urban renewal projects. The State Street, Henry Street Historic District expansion completes the district by adding adjacent architecturally significant buildings eligible under Criterion C, adding Criterion A, community development, and by expanding the period of significance to range from 1840 to 1968. These images illustrate the architectural stability present in the district expansion. 3 of the 4 buildings shown in the 1930s postcard image of Fraternity Row remain extant and well preserved. The contributing buildings in the district expansion capture the developing growth of Binghamton, as seen in this Boys Club building and Greek Revival residence on Washington Street. And further down Washington are these 1890s apartment buildings. In total, the proposed boundary expansion will encompass 17 contributing previously unlisted buildings, including works by architects Isaac Perry, George Baines Cummings, and Arthur T. Lacey, among others. No letters of objection were received for this nomination. Thank you.
Questions or comments about the State Street Historic District boundary expansion from the board? Do I hear a motion? Tom, second. Wint has a second. All in favor? Any opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
Presenting the John Kreck House, eligible for state and national register under Criterion C architecture. John Kreck, blacksmith and entrepreneur, moved to Trumansburg in 1812 and soon became a significant contributor to the growth and development of the young community. His house, built as a center hall residence in 1815, served as the family home for the remainder of his life and was inherited by his son in 1866. The house was then sold 2 years after John Crack's death, extensively updated to the then popular Italianate style, and promptly flipped to a new owner at nearly 3 times the purchase price. The John Crack house displays the Italianate style throughout many of its exterior features. These include the narrow, tall, and arched tripartite window placed in the second story of the central bay, the wide eaves and decorative brackets, the square Doric columns supporting the low sloping porch, and the raising of the rear wing to 2 stories. The result is a building that is a distinguished example of picturesque architecture, exhibiting an eclectic blending of architectural elements. The interior of the house remains a high degree of historic integrity. Extant features include original doors, trim, and wood flooring throughout. At the top of the curved stair, the 1868 Italianate renovation is readily apparent in the tripartite arch window and the section of flooring added to account for the reorientation of the stairs. Note also the entryway to the added second floor of the rear wing. The John Crack House enjoys a remarkable degree of historic integrity and remains a testament to the changing environment of 19th century Trumansburg. Thank you.
Questions or comments about the Crack House? Kristen?
I wanted to just add something about it, that it's a small part, but I thought it was so important in the context about the community. It starts with the Cayuga Nation. And the Lighthouse mentioned it too. So I just wanted to, I really appreciate nominations that, as small as it might be, don't start with the European settlers. So I wanted to thank you for that and encourage anybody to be able to do that when they
I was going
can.
to say the same thing.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Nicely said. Other questions or comments? Do I hear a motion to approve? I'll move it. Can I have a second? Gretchen, all in favor? Any opposed or abstain? Motion carries.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Virginia Bartos, taking us to Rochester.
Rochester and other places. Good afternoon. My first 3 presentations are resources that were to be presented in September. All of these are historic districts in the city of Rochester, Monroe County, and were drafted by the Landmark Society of Western New York. The sponsor for each of the is the Highland Park Neighborhood Association. These nominations share a common thread of history related to the Ellwanger and Berry companies, but each differs in that association. One closely relates to the history of the Ellwanger and Berry Nursery, another to the Ellwanger and Berry Real Estate Company, and the last to the final days of the real estate company and its collaboration with another real estate broker. First up is the Mount Hope Highland Historic District Boundary Amendment. This district was originally listed in 1974, and changes in the district since that time required amendments to the boundary. The area in pink is being removed from the listing due to demolitions of listed properties and the 2018 individual listing of Mount Hope Cemetery. The cemetery opened in 1838, and that predates the founding of the Ellwanger and Berry Nursery, which would technically make it non-contributing if retained in the nomination, since it predates the district's period of significance of 1840 to 1963. Areas in green are being added, as these are either parts of Highland Park that were omitted from the original nomination or are small pockets of residential neighborhoods developed by the Ellwanger and Berry companies. The original nomination lacked resource descriptions and failed to adequately address the criteria for listing. This nomination is being revised with community planning and development as the area of historical significance under criterion A, and the areas of architecture and landscape design under criterion C. The resources in this nomination have a strong association with the Mount Hope Botanical and Pomological Garden, aka the Ellwanger and Berry Nursery. The arrow points to the nursery location on the 1872 map. Another significant historical association is Ellwanger and Berry's involvement in the founding of Highland Park, a city-owned park in 1888 on portions of the nursery. The gentlemen seen in this slide are George Ellwanger on the left and Patrick Berry on the right, the founders of the nursery and the originators of the idea for Highland Park. This slide shows some early Mount Hope Avenue houses in the background, and below it is the Mount Hope Avenue horse-drawn trolley that was revived in 1868 by Patrick Berry to bring people to see Mount Hope Cemetery, and more importantly, the grounds and greenhouses of the Mount Hope Nursery, a brilliant marketing strategy by Berry. As previously mentioned, the nomination has a strong association with the founding of Highland Park. The nomination goes into detail with the history of the park on 20 acres donated by Ellwanger and Berry, so I won't go into it here. But I will mention that the Park Commission brought Calvert Vaux to Rochester for an initial consultation and eventually hired Frederick Law Olmsted to design the park. Besides adding missing portions of the park, 2 small residential areas are being added in the boundary amendment, both developed by the Ellwanger and Berry Realty Company on former nursery lands in the early 20th century, and show common architectural styles popular at the time, such as Tudor Revival, Colonial Revival, Craftsman, and American Foursquare as seen here. One unusual resource is the circa 1940 Highland Avenue apartment complex at the corner of Highland and South Avenues. The complex consists of 24 two-bedroom units in a series of connected 2-story wings, all built in a compatible, modest neoclassical revival style, with pedimented entrances and a combination of hipped and side-gabled roofs. This view shows 2 Craftsman residences on Bellevue Avenue, and I thought I'd leave you with this view. I just want to reiterate that the resources in this amended nomination are all historically associated by Highland Park and the Ellwanger and Berry Nursery grounds. And to date, we have received 1 letter of support from a property owner. Questions or comments?
Questions from the board? Do I have a motion? Kristen and Erica. Yeah, Erica. No, Kristen got first, her hand moved, and then Erica got second. All in favor? Any opposed or abstain? Motion carries.
Next is the Azalea Highland Park Terrace Historic District. Resources in this district share an association with the Ellwanger and Berry Real Estate Company and its partnership with the Wagner Albright Realty Company that was founded in 1918 by Fritz Wagner and Peter Albright. And they had offices in the Ellwanger and Berry office building. They were hired by Ellwanger and Berry to handle sales in the new subdivision. Physically confined to 3 streets, 4 if you count the pass-through street of Arbor Drive, the district is bounded by small portions of Highland and Elmwood Avenues. The area was divided into roughly 160 standard lots and currently has 155 primary buildings. The nominated district has a high degree of integrity, with only 4 residences being non-contributing, 3 of them built after the period of significance of 1924 to 1970, indicating residential construction dates from the first to the last. The bulk of the construction falls after 1945, reflecting the building boom after the Great Depression and World War II. The Wagner Albright Realty Company dissolved in 1935, with both partners going their separate ways, which may have been another factor in the lull of construction prior to the war. The nominated district is significant under criterion A in the area of community planning and development, and criterion C for its collection of period architecture. A vast number of variations of post-war colonial revival design seen in the upper images. Pre-war houses tend to be larger versions of colonial revival or Tudor revival in craftsman designs, like those seen in the lower image of Highland Avenue. A consistency in housing styles can be attributed to the building restrictions from the real estate companies that required buildings be residences and limited to a certain size, setback, and similar placement of driveways and garages. To date, one letter of objection was received stating that they didn't want their house listed on the National Register, which is fairly common to what we get. Any questions, comments regarding the Azalea Highland Park Terrace Historic District?
Tom, motion? Do I have a second? Wint, all in favor? Abstaining or opposing? There being none, motion carries.
The Ellwanger and Berry Highland Park Historic District is next, and it is largely the historic Ellwanger and Berry subdivision. Like the previous two nominated districts, it's significant under criterion A in the area of community planning and development, and criterion C for its collection of historic architecture. The period of significance of 1850 to 1963 reflects the dates of construction in the nominated district and the beginning and end dates of real estate dealings by the Ellwanger and Berry Company. The 1935 map on the right shows the northwest portion of the subdivision, and the building on the left is the 1888 Ellwanger and Berry building listed in 2022 on State Street in downtown Rochester. The company occupied the second floor of the building until 1918, when they moved their offices into the former nursery office at 668 Mount Hope Avenue. The Ellwanger and Berry Real Estate Company accelerated its activity in the late 19th century due to the demand for housing in the ever-expanding city of Rochester. Unproductive nursery land was used for residential development, and the streets in the subdivision were laid out between the early 1900s and 1935. Houses were marketed toward the expanding middle class, and the company advertising the new subdivision as being in a healthier part of the city. And they were basically capitalizing on its location by Highland Park. Houses tended to be a little more spacious, and a number were built by John Sullivan, who began his career as a carpenter for the nursery before establishing his own building company. The district has a total of 482 primary buildings, with only 2 of these being non-contributing. The majority of the houses were built between 1910 and 1940, with a large number displaying colonial revival and American Foursquare features, as seen in these images of Crawford, Mount Vernon, and Mulberry Streets. Homeowners were allowed some variation to avoid monotony of design. Other styles seen in the nominated district are Tudor revival, like the one in the lower right image on Gregory Hill Road. If that's correct. I haven't checked my, make sure I've got the right ones here. Even with the variations, all houses were on lots of similar sizes, had similar setbacks, and any detached garages were to be in the rear of the property. Fences were prohibited along the front or sides of the property, and houses were to be no more than 2 stories. The nominated district also includes one previously listed property, the former 1913 school number 24 on Meg Street, designed by Rochester architect William Gordon. Individually listed in 1983, the building has since been converted into condominiums. To date, we have received 3 letters of support from property owners and 3 letters of objection from property owners too. One stating that they are concerned that a listing will prevent the city from allowing energy efficient improvements. And I have responded to this last objection.
Good.
Questions or comments?
I'll move it.
Eric.
Erica, second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed or abstained? Motion carried.
Thank you. Now on to the December nominations, with the first two, again, being drafted by the Landmark Society of Western New York. And first up is the Four Corners Genesee Crossroads Historic District. It's significant under Criterion A in the area of community planning and development. You can see a pattern developing here, as it illustrates the political and economic evolution of this historic commercial core of Rochester from a frontier settlement to a late 19th and 20th century commercial, administrative, and professional hub. Resources reflect the nominated district's period of significance, resulting from the Erie Canal reaching Rochester in 1821 through the 1977 First Federal Plaza building, marking the end of urban renewal in this part of the city. The nominated district is also significant under Criterion C in the area of architecture for its collection of resources ranging from mid-19th century Gothic revival through 20th century brutalism. The images seen here show its busy commercial character in its early days, and the map shows its proximity to both the Genesee River and the Erie Canal. The Erie Canal goes down near the bottom, and the Genesee River is the wide one that goes right up through the middle, well, near the middle. Boundary encompasses the historic Four Corners and the area included in the Genesee Crossroads Urban Renewal Project. It contains 23 contributing buildings and one contributing structure, the 1969 Sister Cities pedestrian bridge. The district also contains 24 listed resources, mostly located in the Southwest, and are included as they are integral to the history and development of the Four Corners and have feeling and association with the rest of the resources in the nominated boundary. A summary of the listed buildings is on page 4 of the nomination draft. While the early history of the Four Corners is well documented, the urban renewal story often gets overlooked. The author of this nomination does a thorough job of telling the demise of certain parts of the Four Corners and how these areas were selected for post-World War II redevelopment. The left image shows areas designated for clearance in 1966, and the right shows the 1969 Crossroads office building that was designed by Kahn and Jacobs firm from New York City. Here we have some of the office buildings at the Four Corners that predate the urban renewal, most notably the Powers Building and Hotel in the upper left. As the nomination points out, it was Daniel Powers who initiated the construction of tall office buildings at the Four Corners, and as more tall buildings were built, Powers added additional mansards and finally a tower so it could be the tallest building at the Four Corners. Many of the buildings seen here are individually listed already, with the Powers Building and Hotel listed in 2019. The Ellwanger and Berry Building seen in the upper right, look for the glass enclosed atrium, that was NR listed in 2022, and the Wilder Building seen in the lower right, listed in 1985. Here we have the other end of the spectrum with the last of the urban renewal projects, including the First Federal Plaza in the upper left, the last of the project to be completed in 1977. The former Holiday Inn in the upper right, completed in 1970, and the Plaza Apartments built in 1972 in the lower left. The former Holiday Inn and Plaza Apartments are tax credits, both recently receiving their Part 1 approval. Questions or comments about the Four Corners Genesee Crossroads?
One of the architects identified is Bernard Maybeck. Bernard Maybeck was a great California arts and crafts architect, and I can't imagine that he was creating a building like the one that's illustrated. It's not one of these.
I'll check on that one.
It's possible, I suppose, it's Bernard Maybeck Jr.
Yeah.
Or the third. But
or the fourth, or maybe involved with one of the already listed buildings, the earlier ones.
No.
But I will double check on that.
So
It's own cousin. Any other questions or comments or a motion?
I'd move.
Wint, do we have a second? Tom? All in favor?
All right.
Any opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
This is the final nomination drafted by the Landmark Society of Western New York for, and like the other one, the Four Corners, the Child's Historic District also has buildings, already listed buildings incorporated into the district. Child's Historic District consists of 19 contributing primary buildings clustered around the intersection of Oak Orchard Road and Ridge Road, the two main thoroughfares through this part of the town of Gaines. And just to give you a grounding, the hamlet is between the village of Albion to the south and Lake Ontario to the north, and its location allowed it to become a commercial hub that lasted well into the 20th century. The Child's Historic District is significant under Criterion A in the area of commerce, as the nominated district became a commercial and social crossroads. Many of the residences in the nominated district were either farmhouses or, like the Vag House seen in the upper left, having a business near the crossroads. The Vag blacksmith shop is seen to the left of the house. The image below shows the inn across the street with its original portion that was constructed in 1824. In the lower right is the Gershon Proctor House, one of the oldest buildings in the nominated district, built around 1820. The brick house seen in the upper right is believed to have been built by Proctor's brother, also around 1820. The Proctors were the founders of the hamlet, especially John Proctor, who purchased several large parcels that made up the town, presumably much of it for resale. The district is also significant for its architecture and for the several cobblestone buildings, including two houses on Ridge Road, with the one on the left close to the intersection and the other one in the lower right, marking the west end of the boundary on the south side of Ridge Road. The sponsor of the nomination is the Cobblestone Society and Museum, which oversees a number of properties in the district, including the Vag House and Blacksmith Shop and the Gershon Proctor House. They are also caretakers of the Cobblestone Historic District, that is a National Historic Landmark listed in 1993 and is being included in the nominated district. Along with preserving and educating the public about cobblestone architecture, the Society has been collecting threatened buildings from other parts of the town to their artisan campus, giving the crossroads a new purpose while continuing its role as a gathering place. Questions or comments?
It was a little unclear to me what it is in the district, I mean, looking at the map, of what has been a National Historic Landmark district, and what is not, and what we're proposed to be adding. And there was some question of whether there was something that was put in the National Landmark District that would not qualify for the National Register because the buildings were moved more recently.
Yes.
A little unclear about that.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I didn't put in the map that goes in the nomination, but in the one of the maps that we get that we go to the Park Service, we clearly note which ones are listed and which ones are being added. Okay. And the Cobblestone Society, the buildings, cobblestone buildings. Having the most cobblestone buildings in this part of New York State.
I think if you can just, this is the map you're talking about?
And, yes, that one.
That's in the submission, it's page 50.
Yes, I remember it. It just, there was some question about whether there were structures that had been put in the National Landmark District that would not qualify today for National Register listing because they've been moved quite recently.
Not the ones that are in the district, but the ones that are being collected by the Cobblestone Society on their artisan campus. And that campus runs roughly behind the VAG blacksmith shop. Okay, the VAG blacksmith shop is the only building on that campus so far that well, it's original. And like I said, the rest are being moved. And what we're doing, or what they're planning on doing, is when it reaches like the 50-year mark from when the last building was moved, they're looking at nominating it as a museum. We did this with a museum complex down in Southampton a few years ago, where it was the Nathaniel Rogers House. And then around it, they had been doing the same thing in Southampton, collecting the buildings, moving them there. But it wasn't until they reached that 50-year mark from the last moving that we could nominate them as a museum complex. Okay.
Okay.
So that's what they're looking at here with this artisan grouping that they have. They wanted to get them listed, but we had a lot of discussion with them, and the way the feeling and association, the way just everything shook out here, we needed an earlier end date to the period of significance because that was when it was significant. So they're looking forward to doing this again in the future.
Other questions or comments or motion? Thank you, Wynn. Second. Tom? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Motion carried.
All right. Next is the South Farmington Friends. And Aaron, I apologize for not catching the typo on the slide, but it's the South Farmington Friends Cemetery and Meeting House site. Mea culpa. Yeah, my bad. Anyway, moving on to Ontario County, the next presentation is the 1823 South Farmington Friends Cemetery and Meeting House site. Two important sites in the town of Farmington related to its Quaker history. The nomination was written by the town of Farmington historian and is supported by both the Cemetery Association and the town of Farmington, as the town owns the Meeting House site and is now a town park. The cemetery and meeting house site are significant under criterion A for exploration and settlement as being part of the early 19th century Quaker migration from Western Massachusetts. The nominated properties are part of the South Farmington Friends settlement, not to be confused with the North Farmington settlement that got National Register listed in 2007 as the Farmington Quaker Crossroads Historic District. The lower map shows the layout of the South Farmington Friends Cemetery and its distinctive settlement era grid pattern that is continued to the present, making it significant for landscape architecture or design. And the arrow points to its location in the South Friends settlement. Here's some overviews of the cemetery, including the first Quaker burials in the upper left that are unmarked following early Quaker customs and located in the northeast part of the grounds. The Cemetery Association had ground penetrating radar done in this portion and located 54 burials. As the cemetery is still active, to date it has 668 marked plots. The lower left slide shows one of the walkways that was put in, and the lower right looks from the older section toward the south end of the ground. Quaker custom evolved by the mid-19th century to include marked burials, but markers were often plain, lacking popular funerary art, and limited information to name, spouse, birth and death dates, like the one seen on the left, the one by the tree. The cemetery is also significant under criterion C in the area of architecture for two major features of the cemetery, namely the highly intact 1898 stone vault and the 1895 chapel, both built by the newly formed South Farmington Friends Cemetery Association. The chapel was needed for additional meeting and classroom space, having outgrown the 1823 meeting house that was roughly a quarter mile down the road. I won't go into the deed history, which is well explained and a little confusing, but like I said, well explained in the nomination. After 19, the chapel was no longer used for temperance classes and worship and was eventually leased out to non-denominational religious and social groups. Seen in this image is the post-2015 tornado restoration of the chapel interior. I should mention that the beams are not original and were added for additional support for the building. As previously mentioned, the nomination includes the 1823 Meeting House site. The 1823 building is pictured in the lower left. And just to quickly recap from the nomination, the building reverted back to the Herendeen family and was dismantled in 1928. The marker was also erected at that same year, 1928. The Farmington Quaker Monthly Meeting transferred ownership of the site in 1976 to the town to be used as a community park. I would like to say hello to Donna Herendeen, who is the town historian who drafted this, and I believe she's on attending WebEx. Any questions or comments on this particular nomination?
I think it's wonderful to have yet another example of a very nice nomination from the local town historian. The more we can encourage that kind of involvement, the better it is for all of us.
She was wonderful to work with, and I hope to work with her again.
Do I hear a motion? A second? All in favor? Any abstain or opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you. Last one. Okay, here we go. My final presentation is the Third United Methodist Episcopal Church of Sodus, a recipient of a Genesee Valley Rural Revitalization Grant, which made this nomination possible as the grant provides funding for drafting the nomination. In this case, the church was able to hire preservation consultant Gina DeBella, who I believe is virtually attending the meeting. She may have had to duck out. I know she had another commitment. The church is being nominated under Criterion C in architecture as a highly intact example of the early work of Rochester architects J. Fay and Otis Dreyer. The elevation drawing is from the Fay and Dreyer collection at the University of Rochester, and the lower image is the building shortly after completion in 1889. The upper left image shows the 1890 damage done by the bell tower collapse during a windstorm. Tower was rebuilt shorter, and the lower image shows steeples being rebuilt in 1937. Currently, both steeple towers have been replaced with cornice and balustrades. Here are views of the west and north elevations and an interior view of the sanctuary showing the modified Akron plan with curved rows of seats facing the pulpit platform, organ, and choir to the east. The lower right image shows Sunday school space in the north end of the building. The period of significance for the property begins with circa 1846 for the associated parsonage, built around the same time as the previous church building. The Greek Revival residence got a colonial revival makeover around 1900 with a wraparound porch that was later updated with new support posts and balustrade. The parsonage interior retains many of its historic features that include layout, wood floors, doors, and trim. We have received a letter of support from the church for this nomination. Questions or comments? Okay, I will fix that.
Oh, this is the Methodist.
It is Methodist,
Methodist,
yeah.
that's parsonage.
Methodist Episcopal, yeah,
Yes, Methodist is parsonage.
okay, we're good. But good point, yeah. It
Other
does
question?
get confusing when you go because Methodist Episcopal and then there's Episcopal and it's crazy.
Other questions or comments? Do I hear a motion? Tom? All in favor?
Right.
Opposed or abstained? Motion carries. Thank you, Virginia.
How's that? Zach, can you hear me? Okay. All right. We're going to Syracuse for a while. And this is the Marshall and Son warehouse, which is significant under criterion A in the area of industry and criterion C in the area of architecture. This 5-story Romanesque revival style brick warehouse is located just north of downtown. It was constructed in 1893 for Jacob Marshall, a dealer in hides, wool, and leather. Now, there are two things that distinguish it immediately. One, you can't see, but it has an odd trapezoidal site, which was originally formed by the intersection of the Erie Canal towpath with Belden Avenue. And that once advantageous site is now compromised by various exit ramps for I-81, which passes uncomfortably close to the building. And the second thing is that it was designed by Archimedes Russell, one of Syracuse's most eminent and prolific architects. This is one of only 2 known surviving warehouse buildings designed by Russell, and it demonstrates his ability to adapt the popular Romanesque revival to an industrial building type. On the exterior, the building is distinguished by the stone piers defining its surviving storefronts, corbelled brick and terracotta details, a sheet metal cornice with egg and dart molding, large original window openings, many of them arched, and that's the side and rear elevations of the building. And the interior is defined by its plan, which has a single brick wall down the center of each floor. And it's heavy timber molding, heavy timber framing, and delicate cast iron columns. The building illustrates the most common type of industrial building construction in New York in the period, featuring load-bearing brick walls and heavy timber framing. Built for a wealthy wholesaler, the building was subsequently associated with 3 other specialized dealers, and it exemplifies the typical store and loft building type, which features ground level storefronts and open storage or manufacturing space above. In converting the building to office space, the architects took pains to preserve as much of the open loft-like character of the interior space as they could. This is a tax credit project with an approved PDIL, and it's in a CLG, which sent a letter of support.
Questions about the Marshall and Sons warehouse?
I hope you'll indulge me for a footnote. The Marshall and Son. The son's name is Louis Marshall. He was one of the leading American constitutional lawyers. His special interest was in civil rights and conservation. And it's not surprising that he influenced his sons in that direction. And they, in turn, became the founders of the Sierra, or not the founder of the Sierra Club, but the president of the Sierra Club, a founder of the Natural Resources Defense Council, NRDC, and the founder of the Wilderness Society. Amazing people. And in fact, Robert Marshall, I think it was, at the Wilderness Society, is one of the fathers of the latest iteration in protecting the Adirondacks. I think there's a Marshall Wilderness up there. Amazing people, and it all came from this factory in Syracuse.
Fantastic. Thank
So
you.
don't dare turn it down now, but I don't know what we would do without Wint. He amazed me.
Or Tom.
I may have just made all that up, and it may be, I realize it's being recorded, but somebody may need to do a footnote on my footnote.
No.
Wint, what can you tell us about the dog in the first photograph?
I like that dog very much. That looks like a Marshall dog to me.
Second, Tom? All in favor?
Aye.
Abstain or opposed? Motion carried.
Okay. Moving on, this one I'm wearing, thanks to Campbell. She made us some building pins, so I'm wearing this one. This is the Marshall and Son warehouse in Syracuse, which is significant under criterion A in industry and C in architect. Oh, wait, that's the wrong thing. This is the, sorry, this is a technical correction. Wait, I got my papers mixed up. This proposal is a technical correction to a district that was listed in 2022. And you may recall the H.A. Moyer Automobile Factory in Syracuse, which is pictured here. The large complex is significant as a group of historic factory components that represent the history of one of Syracuse's most important industries over a long period of time. The major historic components were constructed between 1881 and 1909 and specifically recognize the history of the Moyer Automobile Company. Several of the buildings were preservation tax credits. But pay attention to the large building on the right. This one was built in 1909 at the end of the period of significance. It was the last building constructed for the Moyer Company, and it was designed by Ward Wellington Ward, another of Syracuse's prominent architects. It was the only building in the nomination that was detached from the complex, the main complex, and on the other side of Park Street. So last year, the owner of that building contacted me because he also wanted to apply for the tax credits, but his project included the adjacent building to the left, which is this one. However, we discovered that even though they were connected, the building had inadvertently or accidentally been excluded from the nomination, and I don't know why. I would just say someone's error, user error. So that's what we're correcting today. This proposal expands the nomination boundary and the period of significance to include this building and the later period of auto-related industry that it represents. So after some research, we determined that that building, which is 1920 Park Street, was not built as an addition to the Moyer complex, but as its own C.W. Fisk warehouse, which is at the top, in 1883, predating Moyer, and that it had also been identified in the Syracuse Industrial Survey as eligible in its own right. However, in 1915, so in 1915, in the post-Moyer years, the two buildings had been purchased by a new company, Dynetto Electric, and connected. You can see the little tiny connection there. Dynetto Electric manufactured ignition parts and spark plugs, and as we are discovering, Syracuse's auto industry spawned lots of smaller concerns that made auto parts and other accessories. Dynetto Electric was active through World War II, becoming Owens Dynamo, Dynetto, and then Electric Autolite until the late 1950s, when both buildings were again sold to another concern. So the two buildings were functionally related beginning in 1915, physically interconnected before 1950, and then first by means of a small connector, and then in 1951 by this much larger connecting bay. They continued to function together as several different auto-related businesses until 1957, and they remain functionally and physically connected today. So the building we're adding is itself a typical brick industrial building of mill construction with timber wood beams and columns, wood plank floors, regular fenestration. The interior retains a high degree of integrity, and all of its alterations happened in the Dynetto period, except for alterations to the first floor storefronts. Windows on the facade were replaced in the 1930s with large multi-pane steel industrial sash. The brick was parged and painted in 1950, and steel beams were added on the upper floors to support the larger window openings. So the new nomination boundary is the darker green up there. It includes everything that it included before, but we've just expanded it to include the additional parcel with that building on it. And the period of significance extends from 1881, when Moyer first moved to the site, until 1957, when Electric Autolite was sold, and recognizes the full extent of the district's history from carriage and auto manufacture through auto-related businesses. And we have an approved PDIL for this update as well. Any questions about it?
Questions or comments from the board? Motion?
So moved.
Carol, second? I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Motion carried.
Okay, this one's a mouthful. It's the Kemp and Burpee Brown Light Company factory buildings, also in the city of Syracuse. And it consists of 3 connected manufacturing buildings that were all built in the same year, by two originally unrelated companies that were combined after one company purchased the other one in 1916. So on the right are two of the connected buildings built by the Kemp and Burpee Company in 1906. The one in the foreground is the office, and in the one towards the rear was the woodwork shop. Now, Kemp and Burpee was founded by Joseph S. Kemp, a Canadian innovator who contributed greatly to the success of the manure spreader, an essential piece of farm equipment in the late 19th and early 20th century. And Kemp patented his manure spreader in 1874. He partnered with Burpee and moved to Syracuse in 1880, and the company remained there until moving to the Midwest after the turn of the 20th century. On the far left is a taller 5-story building, also constructed in 1906, for the Brown Light Company, which grew out of a machine shop established by inventor Charles E. Light. Light developed different gears and transmissions, again for the growing automobile industry, a major building in Syracuse. So both of these were important companies that contributed to the industrial and commercial prosperity of Syracuse. They were also part of the West Fayette Street Industrial Corridor. That's West Fayette Street, and the railroad ran right next to it behind where the photographer is standing. By 1916, the manure spreader business had left town, while Life had continued to grow and diversify. So given the proximity of the buildings and the fact that they actually shared a powerhouse, the logical thing was for Brown Life to purchase Kemp and Burpee, which it did, and then the three buildings were connected with several different sky bridges. So architecturally, even more interesting, although constructed in the same year, the buildings display a range of industrial architecture types. The Kemp and Burpee office building embodies the characteristics of mill construction, marked by load-bearing brick walls and a heavy timber frame. And then behind it, which is on your right there, the woodworking building has a brick veneer, but is actually poured in place concrete. Now you can see it a little bit better there. That's the brickworking. And these are interiors of those two buildings today. The Brown Light Building, however, has taken a giant leap forward. It was designed by Albert Kahn and is the earliest example of reinforced concrete construction in Syracuse. Kahn designed another building, Building J, for the same company in the same year, but Building J is way down at the other end of West Fayette Street, and it was actually listed on the National Register individually a few years ago for its importance in World War II. So this is the front elevation of that building. And as you can see, the Light Building exemplifies the daylight factory type with this thin reinforced concrete form, allowing for large open floors and massive window openings. So the nominated building, this is before they were connected, but they are in the right angle formed by the two streets. And you can see that Kemp and Burpee had a large collection of secondary buildings and warehouses, all of which became part of Brown Life after the merger. However, none of them survives today, and the three connected buildings are the only ones that represent these very important industries in Syracuse. So I don't have another good slide, so I'm concluding with a rather unattractive view showing the rear elevations and the building connections. Each component retains its massing form and basic fenestration, even though the actual windows have been replaced. Together, the Kemp and Burpee and Brown Light factory buildings represent contemporary industrial building practices and the history of innovation in manufacturing along the West Fayette Street corridor. And this is also a tax credit project with an approved PDIL. It is also in a CLG, and we have a letter of support on this one.
When I see the manure spreading, I think of Burpee. Don't you need, is
I'm
that
sorry, Tom,
anything
can
to
you-
do with the seed people?
That was my question, if they were
You
related
know,
to
manure and seed kind of, go together.
together,
Until the manure company
Sort of like-
pops up.
literally.
So I wonder if there's any relation to that.
I'm sorry, I can't hear. What is your question? Can somebody
The
repeat it?
question is, on the manure spreader
Yes,
and Burpee, which
Yeah.
is a.
The seed company.
There was any connection seed and the manure spreader.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert on manure spreader.
Clearly, seed and manure, sooner or later.
Yeah.
Come together.
And I just Googled it, and of course, everything on the internet has to be correct. It says William Burpee from Kemp does not appear to be directly related to the Burpee Seed and Plant Company of Derby, Vermont.
Oh,
There
thank you,
go.
Eric.
This Burpee came from Canada. This Burpee came from Canada to Vermont, I believe, and then Syracuse.
Kath, this is yet another Albert Kahn building. I don't know how many we've looked at. I'm sure there are more that we haven't seen yet that are in New York. Has anybody done a comparative study of these buildings in New York? I mean,
How about you,
it's
Jen?
so important.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting that they were all built the same year, and they're three different types of industrial architecture.
Mr. Chairman, I have a comment.
Go ahead.
As Luke was saying, Albert Kahn, first of all, the complex is worthy of nomination in numerous ways, and so it's been demonstrated. But I wanted to point out that Albert Kahn was a very prominent architect. He, in fact, has a great presence in Detroit, the place where I grew up, and was fundamental to the expansion of the use of poured in place concrete, which became, an industry standard from the early part of the 20th century. So this is quite a fascinating complex.
Actually, great.
I thought it was really interesting.
Motion to approve.
So moved.
Okay.
Carol, second.
Okay, we're still in Syracuse, and I have to say, I'm really proud that we have 20 tax credit nominations. Oh, I'm
Hang on
sorry.
one sec.
I thought you.
Carol, you moved to approve. Do I have a second? Wint, all in favor? Any opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
So our last Syracuse building, this is the J.F. O'Connor Sales Company Garage, a 2- and 3-story L-shaped commercial building. It's located several blocks east of downtown in the East Side neighborhood, amid a cluster of small-scale residential and commercial buildings. This building is significant under criterion A in the area of commerce for its association with the automobile industry in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, a period when the automobile was transforming American lives. So J.F. O'Connor and his brother, who specialized in the sales of new Studebakers, Jordans, and Pierce Arrows, opened an automobile dealership on this site in 1920. By 1928, they were successful enough to either replace or heavily remodel the original building into this $250,000 showroom and garage, leaving no trace of the original design. The new building was constructed of cast stone and brick and features 3 distinct volumes: the 2-story main showroom and offices, and the 3-story garage and the 1-story garage entrance. The building retains some interesting car and industry-related features, such as the concrete auto ramp, and there's a wonderful metal truss bridge in the garage. The O'Connor's success continued, and in 1929, the company grossed over $2 million in sales and was a distributor in 45 counties in New York State and Pennsylvania. At one point, O'Connor was one of the largest, if not the largest, auto dealership in the region. The brothers were able to remain profitable during the Depression, in part because they began to sell used cars, and because of that, they were able to move to an even larger and more spectacular building in a new location in 1934, which ends our period of significance. The older building continued in commercial use with later businesses including a grocery store, a bowling alley, and a home furnishing store, which is what you see here. Despite some changes, the O'Connor Garage retains the basic design elements that illustrate its function and historic character. This is also a tax credit project with approved PDIL and support from the CLD.
Questions or comments from the board? Do I hear a motion? Second, all in favor? Opposed or abstained? Motion carried.
Okay, so we're done with Syracuse, and now we're moving to Poughkeepsie. This is the standard gauge manufacturing plant, a large multi-component complex located on the banks of the Fallkill River. The nominated property represents 5 companies that built and occupied the sprawling complex over the course of the 20th century. Most important of them was standard gauge manufacturing, makers of precision blocks and gauges, which occupied the complex for 80 years. And this is an aerial view of the complex with the boundary drawn on. This is a nice color-coded diagram showing how the complex developed. So the earliest section was B, constructed in 1905 for the Chapin Wheel Company. That's a 1-story brick building with mill construction. Sections A and B were added in 1920. They are brick knitting mills, also mill construction. And D later got a 2nd story in 1920, also in 1920. Both sections were designed by Edward C. Smith, a well-known local architect. After standard gauge took over, section E, which is right in the center, a 1-story concrete building, that was added in 1940 to meet World War II demands. And finally, section E, a 2-story shipping and receiving building, was added in the 1950s. That's in the upper right corner. That was also for standard gauge. And then in the bottom left, you see a group of small sheds and service buildings of various dates. Overall, this building is characterized by a series of interconnected sections, extensions, and additions ranging from 1 to 2 stories in height and generally of brick and/or concrete construction. And even though they are popped apart in the diagram, the 5 major sections are all interconnected and are counted as one building. So there's 2 Sanborns on the left, 1913. Oh no, you can see the earliest building, the 1905 building, sort of shaded in the center. And then in the 1950 map on the right, see almost all of the other buildings as they developed around it, except for the one in the upper right-hand corner, which has not yet been built. So the succession of buildings associated with this complex begins with Chapin Wheel in 1905, then Anchor Bolt and Nut in 1907, followed by Nagel Reblaze, which is a pocket knife company in 1914, the A.W. Lawrence Textile Mill in 1916, and finally Standard Gauge in 1923, which remained there until 1975. Now, I'll just tell you, it is extremely difficult to photograph the exterior of this complex in any meaningful way. It doesn't present a coherent design or a primary elevation, and it's had some alterations. So this is a facade of Section A, which was built for the Lawrence Knitting Mill in 1920. This is one of the buildings designed by Eugene Smith, and so that you can best see it, this is the side elevation of that building in 1937 and gives you an idea of what the building's original appearance was with the large metal factory sash windows. And this is that same side elevation today. And although the windows have been filled in, you can see that the openings can still be read and their lintels survive. The interiors, however, are much more photogenic, and they retain a high level of integrity. They are characterized by the typical features of early 20th century industrial buildings, including open floor plans, wood columns and beams, supporting plank floors, concrete floors, metal fire doors, and vault rooms. And they retain evidence of their original fenestration, even though some of the openings have been infilled. You can absolutely see the outline of the window and where it goes. Here's some nice iron truss work in Section D and a typical factory door. And then this is Section E, the very last section to be completed, the shipping building from the early 1950s. So the Standard Gauge Company plant is significant in the area of industry for its far-reaching effects on the growth and development of Poughkeepsie. The plant was in continuous use for local industrial operations for almost a century, and during that time it provided jobs for generations of local residents. Standard Gauge itself was a very important manufacturer of precision measuring instruments that embraced technological innovations in the 1930s to move into new markets, such as the airline industry. The firm received numerous government contracts during World War II, which triggered both the expansion of the plant and the number of employees. FDR honored the company with a visit in 1944, and in that year, Standard Gauge won its third Army-Navy Award for excellence of production during World War II. The company remained up to date and relevant to the electronic age, producing faster and more accurate gauges until it closed in 1975. The complex of buildings retains form, massing, and functional divisions, as well as many interior character-defining features of period industrial architecture. This is also a tax credit project with an approved PDIL, and the sponsor is Scenic Hudson, which I believe will be occupying the space after the project is completed.
Questions or comments from the board?
Well, I grew up in Dutchess County, and Standard Gauge was a significant player as an employer there, surpassed only by IBM eventually in the late 30s. But I understand that the new owner is Scenic Hudson, that they are planning to make it their whole headquarters. They're in a modern office building in the center of Poughkeepsie now. And a pretty astonishing amount of work is going to have to be done. And all credit to them for committing to that.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you, Win. Motion to approve? Erica? Second by Win. All in favor? Opposed or abstained? Motion carried.
Doug, if I might add to that.
Yeah, please.
Need to confirm this is Scenic Hudson's intended new headquarters. It is just off the east end of the walkway over the Hudson State Historical Park. It's adjacent to the Empire Trail, and so it's going to be a very prominent location for Scenic Hudson in an increasingly busy and utilized part of Poughkeepsie. So there's a lot of synergy here, which I think is to be applauded. What I respect most here is that, Scenic Hudson has made the jump to, use, adaptive reuse, the historic structure. This project has brownfields components, so there is a site cleanup that's underway with state funding. They're going to be utilizing the federal and state tax credits, 40% 20 and 20. And and so all applause that the region's, most prolific and high-profile environmental group has found its way to this program. That's a great signal to numerous other environmental groups in New York, certainly in the Hudson Valley, that this program is available and it matches up with environmental goals. We have had an interesting and at times difficult conversation with the National Park Service about some of the energy retrofits, in particular some of the insulation issues at this site. Beth Cumming, who is not here, has been sort of leading negotiations between Scenic Hudson and the tax credit staff at our office and National Park Service. We are making headway. This will be a successful tax credit project, but it is a project that is pushing because of the tenant here, being an environmental group concerned about the numbers and walking the walk. They are pushing the Park Service to meet, identifying that there's a greater need at the Park Service to adapt to energy and energy code challenges. So it's a very interesting project. It might be one that we want to tour at some point, or I'm sure they will have facilities where they might even be able to host a meeting in the State Review Board. I think it'll be worth seeing when it's complete.
Did you vote?
Yeah.
Did you vote? Okay. One more in Poughkeepsie. And this is a small expansion to the main Mall Historic District, which was listed on the National Register way back in 1982 as part of the Poughkeepsie Multiple Property Area, which is what we called them then. It was one of the first multiple property nominations that we did, and this approach was pretty radical at the time because we could do one context statement and then list a whole bunch of properties with just sending in blue forms. Basically, that's what we did. And although the format proved useful for things such as collections of firehouses and barns and farms, it didn't serve Poughkeepsie very well because what happened here is the consultants divided the downtown up into little tiny districts and individual nominations based on strict architectural quality and integrity, and they completely overlooked district qualities like a sense of place. So as a result, we have a lot of buildings that would certainly be eligible in a large district, but are just hanging between smaller ones. And that makes it especially difficult to help owners when they want to use historic tax credits because we can't ask them to go back and redo the whole city. So in this case, the original district included a row of seven nearly identical three-story commercial buildings, which you can see on the left, a very clearly defined row there. They were all built after a fire in 1870, and that made perfect sense if you were going to do it that way. But then it also included two smaller buildings on the right, which didn't make as much sense because they were different. But then inexplicably, it left off the last one on the row, which is similar in age, form, and style to the other small buildings, and that made no sense. So the purpose of this amendment is to expand the boundary to include this one additional building, 317 Main Street, which is a tax credit applicant. So the building at 317 Main is constructed in circa 1890 and it replaced an earlier wood frame building on the site, as did its immediate neighbor to the north, to the left. The two are similar in size and represent the same stylistic themes. Adjacent buildings farther to the east or to the right are non-historic, and some of them are scheduled for demolition. Further to the east is an individually eligible department store from a later period that is also a tax credit project, and you'll see that soon. The building is brick, 3 stories tall, 3 bays wide. It's quite decorative, distinguished by the bold cornice with consoles and brackets. You can see the elaborate bracketed sills, molded lintels, etc. And it retains a painted wood and plate glass storefront with a full width leaded glass transom window. Has full light entry doors, one to the units on the upper levels and one to the large commercial space on grade level. We've discussed this with NPS. They're not holding us responsible for the nomination done in '86. They're not asking us to do that over. We're all comfortable that adding this is the best that we can do for this district until such time as the entire city is resurveyed. And as a matter of fact, since 1982, the storefronts at the other end have been restored or rehabbed anyway, and they look a lot better. So again, we have an approved PDIL and a letter of support from the CLG.
Question? Questions or comments or a motion?
Can we go back to the original photograph?
I don't know how to move it back.
Okay, let me just say that the large modern building at the end of the street is occupied about 50% by single customers. They've been there for about 25 years. Well, what a change it will be to move down into the factory.
Is that it, Went? Or
Yep.
okay.
Any other questions or a motion?
So move, Erica.
Erica, Tom Ag second, all in favor? Opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
Lastly, for me, I have 2 public housing projects in my hometown, Troy. I always like to end up at home. Built by the Troy Housing Authority in the early 1950s. And I'm going to give you a little background on public housing in Troy first, so I don't have to repeat it for each project. So Troy was a little late to begin its public housing program, with the Troy Housing Authority, or the THA, not established until 1945. and its first project not completed until after World War II. The THA's initial motivation was to meet the needs of those returning from war, especially veterans and college students, some of whom were the same because a lot of veterans came back to study at RPI. And at one point, classrooms were used as dorms, and the city was actively advertising for people to convert their upper floors into apartments for these students. However, the agency quickly expanded to providing housing for Troy's low-income and elderly populations, as well as those displaced by slum clearance and urban renewal. Between 1950 and 2017, because we're still building one, the THA constructed 13 public housing complexes in the city, and 10 of them and a portion of the 11th are extant today. The agency's philosophy was to scatter them throughout the city. They wanted one per census tract. They wanted to use available land where possible, and in that they pretty much succeeded. And they wanted to avoid demolition of existing housing stock, and that was not always possible, especially in the slum clearance projects. In some cases, in trying to acquire undeveloped land, led the THA to acquire property that was less than desirable for family housing. It was way on the city's fringes. It was not on public transportation. It was up the steepest of hills that students would have to climb to go to and from school. All but one of the projects was financed by federal funds using several different programs, and one was state funded. One of the very nicest was a solid block of 19th century row houses in the downtown district that was rehabbed for elderly housing. And these are part of an NR district, and they were a recent tax credit project as well. The THA worked with a number of different architects, both local and from out of town. So you've heard Linda and I talk about, mostly Linda, talk about comparative sets in our evaluation of the New York City projects. And that's necessary when we have an extremely large number of similar projects, and we need to better understand how a single example relates to the whole set or within the set. Well, here we have a smaller set, but the THA wanted to list at least 3 of them for tax credit purposes. And we also wanted to get a better handle on the set so that we could evaluate, so in terms of long-term planning, if they came back and wanted to look at more. So we started with this 13 build projects. We divided them into periods, types, and categories, and we assessed integrity. I'm not going to tell you all the details, but we ended up with a list that had 1 complex already listed in the district. Several complexes have been demolished. Several were severely altered and not eligible. Several were not eligible due to very poor design or recent age, and 2 that we felt were eligible. And then we had 1 outstanding high-rise, Kennedy Towers, if you know Troy, that we hope will one day be proposed. So both the sponsor, and we had, there was quite a few details on our little comparison sheet. Both the sponsor and NPS concurred with our conclusion. So here we are with the 2 solid nominations for Griswold Heights and Corliss Park, which are truly the best of the bunch. So the first one is Griswold Heights. It's significant under criterion A in the area of politics government as one of 10 extant public housing projects constructed by the Troy Housing Authority in the post-World War II period as a direct response to housing shortages caused by returning veterans and college students. Of the 10, it is the earliest and the one that embodies the highest design ideals, closely following the recommendations of 20th century housing reformers. Designed by architects J. Fletcher Langton and John F. Segili from Peoria, Illinois, and Reisner and Urban of New York, Griswold Heights is also significant under criterion C as an intact, fully developed example of a post-World War II public housing project illustrating the garden apartment type, which was made possible by housing reformers such as Clarence Stein and Frederick Ackerman. Langton and Segili were considered among the foremost post-World War II modern architects in central Illinois and had experience designing public housing projects in multiple states. And the New York architects were a prominent firm that embraced modernism. So this rendering of Griswold Heights is pretty much how it was built. This was the THA's first project and it was completed in 1950. It's located atop a hill on the east side of the city near the Poston Kill Gorge. And the THA was fortunate to acquire a very generous 35-acre parcel. This allowed the architects the freedom to site the buildings as advantageously as possible. And you can see that they took full advantage of it with widely spaced U-shaped complexes arranged around enclosed private courtyards. Here, the overall balance of the cross-axial plan, internal paths, the asymmetry and regularity, the symmetry and regularity of the building components, and the additional landscaping, especially in the courtyards, provided the complex with a certain formal dignity while also giving the tenants both a park-like setting and individual privacy. And this is a Sanborn map, and I just showed this to point out that there's a large building in the upper right, and it's labeled the Van Rensselaer Home, and it was some kind of an almshouse. It came with the site, and no one has been able to tell me that whether this was in fact a Van Rensselaer family home, or it was just named for the Van Rensselaer family and used as an almshouse, but it was demolished for a second phase of development in the 1960s. So unfortunately, the photos here are a little dark and disappointing, but you can see one of the courtyards and that the plan and the open space has been preserved. And that is really the most significant aspect of this design. Buildings are plain, yet each tenant had two private entrances, front and rear, and the architects relied on simple forms, consistent materials, planar surfaces, and minimal ornamentation, all typical of public housing in this period. So in 1960, when more space was needed, that's when they demolished the Van Rensselaer. Rather than mess up the plan, they demolished the Van Rensselaer Home and built 4 complexes like this, which are a little bit different. However, they blend well and are contributing features. Griswold Heights is Troy's best example of public housing, as its developers and architects avidly sought to embody the standards and goals of housing reformers. No other Troy project can boast a site as large or one where so much care was taken to design a pleasant environment for tenants. This is a tax credit project as well with an approved PDIL.
Questions or comments from the board?
Especially in New York State, the lower rise public housing projects were much more successful. I am concerned that the National Register nominations do not address the serious concerns, and we'll get to the high-rise ones later on.
Okay.
And I left this one alone because it's a lower rise, and I know they were much more successful. But I think, when we talk about creating wonderful environments for the residents, I'd like to ask some of the residents if they think the environments are wonderful.
Well, they had 35 acres here, so they were able to create a generous plan. I mean, this is the best one I've ever seen in terms of plan.
No, and I agree. It's not gorgeous, but I do think when you're talking about public housing, you talk about these idealized views of what housing reformers wanted, you need to go further and talk about what the reality was, not just what the ideal was, what they wanted, what they hoped would happen, but what actually happened, and what government policies created in these sites. And it wasn't always the ideal.
To your point on that, part of the Troy housing were these high rises that were adjacent to the Hudson River and adjacent to Sage College, and they were, in some cases, hellholes. I mean, they were just terrible to the
And
point.
they're being demolished.
They've demolished, and this, when I was talking about the RPI, there were a number of people who lived here because of, talking to some of the faculty, because such a housing shortage. I mean, people were living in Quonset huts at RPI at that time. And the next park, is it Corliss?
Corliss, do you want?
Same
Can I
thing.
present that one, and then you can talk about both?
Yeah.
But you have to vote on
Your
each
point
one.
is excellent.
Do I hear a motion to approve this one first? Tom? Chuck, you got a second? All in favor? Any opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
just one comment about this. The Van Rensselaers could be a very peculiar people, but I don't think they lived in a lunatic asylum. And I don't think their house became a lunatic asylum.
But there was, Tom is exactly right. They were sleeping in classrooms. And they did start out only considering people returning from war and students. It took them a while to get to the next phase, which was the other people who needed house. And some of them in Troy are dreadful. Some of the ones are dreadful.
Could I make a comment on the Van Rensselaers living in a lunatic asylum? When they moved the Van Rensselaer home to Williams, I was an undergraduate student, and I remember there were a number of people who were strange that would wander. And there's, in fact, there are a couple of lions that are the only thing standing there, and I believe it's now a mobile home park. But so I don't know. I wasn't there, but I did see some strange people at that time.
Okay, well, let's do my last one. This is Corliss Park, which is located at the north end of Troy, almost at the city line. If we were at People's Island, we could walk to it. Corliss Park is significant for the same reasons under criteria A in the same areas, politics, government, and architecture, as one of a small group of intact public housing projects illustrating THI's citywide program to provide public housing after World War II, and as an example of the garden apartment type. Developed in 1952, this is THA's second project, also constructed with federal funding and the same architects, Wiesner and Urban of New York. Corliss Park met THA's mandate that projects be located in different parts of the city. This is about as far from Griswold as one can get and still be in Troy. This land was vacant, and I learned from my new colleague, Chris Brzee, that there had been an actual housing development proposed for this site in the 20s, was it, Chris? Anyway, much earlier, that didn't go through. However, here THA was only able to acquire 15 acres, a parcel half as big as Griswold Heights, so that hampered the architect's ability to develop the same kind of generous open plan that made Griswold so attractive. Instead, they did the best they could. They laid out a serpentine roadway around the perimeter of the site, and they arranged buildings either parallel or perpendicular to it, some on the edges and some in the center. It's not nearly so successful. The building, although generally more regular and closer together, many of the buildings have slightly varying siding to allow increased light around individual buildings. And in some cases, buildings were paired facing courtyards. So here, although not an optimum site, the architects did try to take advantage of existing conditions to achieve the maximum amount of open space. The buildings are also similar to those at Griswold, using rectangular forms, regular fenestration, and no embellishment. These had clapboard siding on their second stories, which might have made them more interesting, but that has now been covered with aluminum. However, each apartment still has a private entrance on the front and rear, which is a big thing for these complexes, to have the private entrance. And you can see that paths were laid around. Or maybe you can't see, I guess I skipped that slide. Paths were laid around them between the apartments. So despite the smaller size and less sophisticated design, the complex was surrounded by open land for tenant use. And that's all I can say about it. As you can see, it's not quite as nice as Griswold. I will just say that the architects did the best they could with what they had.
Comments?
Carol.
With all due respect, Kath, I don't think we could say not quite as nice in terms of describing these, because it would, one could argue either side of the case as to whether they are, but I appreciate your opinion.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I don't think it's proper to say that these aren't quite as nice as the others, because it's really one's personal opinion. I think that.
Sure. Well, I guess what I was trying to say is the site isn't as generous and
yes,
that sort of thing. That's a better way to put it. You're absolutely right.
Motion to approve?
So moved.
I'll second
Gretchen,
it.
did you
All in
want to add
favor?
anything else? about them? All right. Well, thank you. That was 9 tax credit projects. People, thank you very much.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Motion carried.
All right, good afternoon. This is Philmont Historic District, located in the north central section of Columbia County in the town of Claveret. The district is significant under criterion A in the area of community planning and development. Local investment, management, and technical knowledge established water-powered woolen, knitting, and paper mills along the Agawamuk Creek starting in the early 19th century. The community quickly grew from a small hamlet into a sizable factory village by the late 19th century. The historic district includes 343 contributing buildings and 91 non-contributing. The boundary of the historic district includes the street plan and neighborhood that expanded from the mill privileges along a power canal with water drawn from the mill dam at High Falls, provided by the reservoir at Summit Lake, which you see in the middle. Has a mind of its own right now. The Summit Lake right in the middle. The intersection of reliable and abundant water power and a railroad line established in 1852 led to the development of 2 sections of the village, one along Main Street adjacent to the mills, and a smaller commercial and residential section near the railroad intersection in the upper right corner. At its height in the 1880s, Philmont boasts 3 hosiery mills, a paper mill, a few machine shops, a prosperous commercial district, and government and religious buildings supporting the community, and roughly 2/3 of Philmont's residents worked in the mills. The Philmont Historic District is also significant under criterion C as a collection of architecture representing the evolution of residential, commercial, and industrial styles from the early 19th century into the mid-20th century. Architectural styles include Greek Revival, Gothic Revival, Italianate, Victorian Eclectic, Colonial Revival, and Bungalow, especially vernacular interpretations of these styles. These are examples from the commercial center along Main Street in the upper left. And one of the extant mills, Summit Mill, which is located at High Falls right next to Summit Lake. The demand for worker housing was mostly accommodated by boarding houses, residential hotels, and tenements from the 1860s into the 1890s. Tenements were built by the mill owners near the mill privileges, and many of these types of buildings are still extant and used for multifamily housing. There's a couple of examples in the top left and right of some of these multifamily worker housing. Single-family residences were constructed for middle-level managers and mill owners near the mills, along with the worker housing. They were constructed in amongst each other, which is very interesting to see in a factory village of this type. The economic status of the resident usually determined the architectural styles, the details, and sometimes the lot sizes. You see a couple of examples in the lower images of a larger lot. By the early 20th century, the mills were closing due to the changes in industrial manufacturing and residential construction, mainly focused on modestly scaled family housing built at the village periphery. The period of significance for the historic district includes the full development of the village from circa 1820 with worker housing, some of the extant worker housing near the location of the earliest mills, through circa 1970 when new residential construction all but stopped the village. This nomination is sponsored by the Village of Philmont and Philmont Beautification, Inc., which is their local nonprofit preservation group. We have currently received 4 letters of objection, and this is the Philmont Historic District. Any questions?
Questions or comments from the board?
I just have to say that if you hunger for footnotes, as I always do, this was a feast. Congratulations to the consultant.
This consultant is very good with footnotes. Very good.
Do I hear a motion?
I just want to hear
Kristen,
what the
please.
objections were. Are they standard or were they?
2 of them were standard objections of not wanting their houses in a historic district. 2 of the objections are concerns that I have not quite heard before, but are starting to come more. Questions about historic preservation tax credits influencing affordable housing. And also energy, the Secretary, the standards as in with energy codes. And Daniel might have a little something more to say about this because he's aware of the objection.
Relationship to, the objections have basically said that Philmont should not be pursuing preservation agenda because that agenda is a conflict with affordable housing needs in Philmont itself and in the county overall. And same because of climate change, sustainability, and issues that historic preservation is in the way of achieving super high performance construction and building goals. And, one of the letters is a lengthy articulation of those concerns. Share that with the board if you're interested. I think my dismay in getting a letter like that is that there is no acknowledgement, even the context of competing goods. That we have mutual goals. We have our mutual programs, and there are overlapping goals supporting the ways that we can be supportive of each other in achieving these things. The embodied energy issue is a significant one for both commercial and residential historic architecture. Same thing with the tax credit program design. Tax credit program for homeowners was very specifically designed to work not just for people with state income tax exposure, but for people who did not have that exposure, such a form that you could claim your tax credit in the form of a rebate if your income is under $60,000 threshold. Maybe that's a threshold we should try to revisit or reassess, but anyway, it's very interesting to get correspondence. We're happy to share it. That seems to suggest the greater work of preservation of tax credits, of adaptive use, of continued reinvestment where existing municipal infrastructure gets is antithetical to sustainability climate change goals, because I think we are always aspiring to make that connection with the environmental community, that we are part and parcel with them, critical part of their work. We share those goals, we share the need for those achievements, and we think preservation has a great deal to do with a successful path to, New York State realizing its climate action goals. So it's always interesting to get detailed correspondence in that regard.
And I think maybe the board would like to see that. So maybe in the future, we could have a situation where the forms include letters of support and objection, if that's not undue burden for the staff to provide.
Definitely, that's something that we could do. We always include those when we send them down to the National Park Service.
And you get them in time for us to see them?
Sometimes.
Yeah,
One of them
okay.
I just received on
Right,
Friday.
Right, understood.
So
Logistically, as long as it's appropriate,
Yeah.
but the board would like to see those in the future.
Yes.
But Doug, you don't mean standard letters of objection. They just, I don't want the government.
No, just the good ones.
The ones with a good argument. Or a bad argument. Say a bad argument.
Did we vote on this? Did I get a motion?
I'll move.
Wint moved. I need a second. Tom, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstained? Motion carried.
Yeah.
Thank you, Aaron.
Yes, end of the day, get ready. I did a lap around the building, right up the stairs. I'm all pumped and ready to go. No, it's all good. I'll just hold this. Okay. Let me make sure. Oh, no, wrong one. Perfect. Okay. All right. First of my six. So we have the Central Harlem North Historic District is an urban residential district in the northern portion of Manhattan's Central Harlem neighborhood. The district encompasses roughly 10 city blocks stretching from West 135th Street to 144th Street between Lenox Avenue and Adam Clayton Powell Boulevard. Historically was 7th Avenue. The district's boundary was drawn to include the largest concentration of late 19th and early 20th century row houses, tenements, apartments, and community-based buildings within a geographically distinct neighborhood. Collectively, the district illustrates the neighborhood's growth in the early 20th century into a Black working-class residential neighborhood, complete with churches, a school, playgrounds, and retail restaurants, and a cohesive grouping of 3 to 5 story brick and stone residential buildings. The district has a total of 265 resources, 249 of which are contributing buildings. There are 15 non-contributing buildings, so they were either significantly altered or built after the period of significance. And there's one contributing site, which is the Frederick Samuel Playground. The district also includes 3 previously listed buildings, McKim, Mead, and White's 135th Street branch of the New York Public Library, known as the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture, and the James Weldon Johnson House at 185 and 187 West 135th Street. There we go. The district is locally significant under Criterion A in the area of social history, subcategory Black. The district is an example of a predominantly Black and African American working class neighborhood that illustrates Harlem's early 20th century development, both in terms of built environment and demographics. The earliest buildings in the district consist of late 19th century single-family row houses at the southern end, while the remainder of the district largely consists of new law tenements constructed between 1903 and 1929. And we have a few historic 1940s tax photos. Harlem's development in the early 20th century was heavily tied to the growth of New York City's public transportation systems. Beginning in 1894, plans for the city's subway system were underway and ultimately completed in 1904 with the opening of the West 145th Street station on Lenox Avenue. Speculative real estate development followed the growth of the subway system, resulting in the first 2 major periods of construction of the district, early 1890s and early 1900s. Following the second wave of development, Black-owned real estate companies, most prominently the Philip Payton Jr.'s Afro-American Realty Company, made a concerted effort to entice Black tenants and property owners to the neighborhood. Over the first 4 decades of the 20th century, the district evolved from a predominantly white neighborhood into a working-class Black neighborhood with renters and owners working primarily in the service and labor-based industries. Here's a few more 1940s tax photos. The district is also significant under Criterion C at the local level in the area of architecture. The district comprises an excellent intact grouping of late 19th century single-family row houses and new law tenements with minimal non-contributing resources. And these are representative photos of some of the buildings that are in the southern end of the district. Following the passing of the New York State Tenement Housing Act of 1901, development in the district largely consisted of 5 or 6 story new law tenements. This building type, which was required to provide adequate light and ventilation to each individual apartment, assumed the form of H, C, I, or L-shaped buildings, as opposed to the traditional dumbbell form of old law tenements. The buildings within the district were designed in the popular styles of their respective periods of construction, but largely consisted of brick, stone, and designed in the Renaissance Revival style. We have some more representative buildings moving a little bit further north in the historic district. Among the various architects with designs in the district are the renowned firm of McKim, Mead, and White. They did the public library. Former Superintendent of Schools, Charles B.J. Snyder. That was Public School 139. And one of America's first African-American architects, George W. Foster Jr., who did the Mother AME Zion Church. Some of these photos here, we have the Abyssinian Baptist Church built in 1921. That's the bottom left. And the former Public School 139 on the right, built in 1922 and expanded in 1939. The Central Harlem North Historic District period of significance extends from circa 1893, the date of the earliest known building, to 1952, the date of construction of the Cathedral Church of St. Thomas the Apostle on West 144th Street. And that's inclusive of all the contributing buildings within the district. We do have a letter of support from the New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission. There is one letter of objection. It was straightforward, don't want to be in a National Register district. This is a NYCHA-sponsored project, and we have a PDIL approval for the overall district, plus 37 Part 1 approvals. Because in the 1980s, they purchased, well, 37 of the buildings and converted them to a public housing. So the goal for these projects moving forward is to rehabilitate the buildings, improve the apartments. And I tip my hat off to Kath, Leslie, and Tabitha who assisted with those 37 Part 1 applications. We do have, I believe, still on the virtually with us, Carly Hoffman with NYCHA. And the nomination was prepared by Heritage, Michael LaFlash, and Linda Santoro, who I believe is also here virtually. And I think Carly wanted to say a few words.
Thanks, Linda. Hi, everyone. My name is Carly Hoffman, and I'm a senior project manager on the New York City Housing Authority's real estate development team. We are really excited to have this project and two of the other projects that Linda will be presenting heard before the New York State Board for Historic Preservation. The Historic Tax Credit Program has been critical to our work in providing substantial repairs to New York City public housing, and also allows us to honor the important architectural history of the Housing Authority. And I wanted to say a special thank you to the SHPO team, especially Linda, Olivia, and Kathleen for being true partners to NYCHA and for all their hard work and thoughtfulness in making these projects happen. And just a quick note about the Frederick Samuel Apartments project, which is encompassed in the historic district that Linda just presented. This project consists of 664 units of public housing across 40 buildings, and we anticipate beginning construction next year. So we're really looking forward to this project. So thank you so much.
Questions or comments from the board? Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second. All in favor? Any opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
Right. Moving over to Brooklyn, the William Ulmer Brewery Complex, located in the Bushwick neighborhood of northern Brooklyn, is an important remnant of one of Brooklyn's most prominent 19th and early 20th century industries, brewing. The complex embraces nearly 50 years of beer brewing history at this location and includes resources representing several significant periods in the brewery's history, which correspond with important periods in the history of beer brewing itself. The complex has 4 contributing resources. The first and earliest building is the brewing building, consisting of the original brew house, which built 1872, circa 1881 cold storage house addition, and a machine and boiler house addition built 1885 along Beaver and Belvedere Streets. The second building is the office, a 2-story Romanesque revival style building facing Belvedere Street. It was built in 1885. The third building is the stable, wagon room, and storage building, completed in 1890, which faces Locust Street. These buildings range in height from 2 to 4 stories, and all are constructed of red brick and have stone, terracotta, and brick detailing. The last resource is the ornate iron gate, completed 1885, that provided access to the central courtyard from Belvedere Street. The boundary of the complex was drawn to include the largest intact area that was associated with the brewery during the period of significance, which is 1872, the date of the earliest building, until 1920, when the brewery closed. The boundary excludes areas at the northwest corner and in the former courtyard. Historically, the courtyard provided access between the various buildings and was partially occupied by a large addition that functioned as a wash house and racking room and a one-story frame shed along Locust Street. These buildings were demolished shortly after the brewery closed in 1920, and a one-story parking garage not associated with the brewery was built in 1924. The complex is significant under criterion A in the area of industry for its association with the beer brewing industry in Brooklyn from the mid-19th century to the early 20th century. The operation and expansion of the William Ulmer Brewery reflects the popularity of lager brewing in Brooklyn that accompanied the influx of German immigrants to the New York metropolitan area. It also reflects the ascendance of Bushwick as a major brewing center, primarily due to attractive features such as an abundant water supply, soil suitable for underground storage construction, and convenient rail and water transportation. From its earliest days, the Ulmer Brewery was considered among the largest and most noted Brooklyn breweries. Although Ulmer expanded the brewery complex to increase capacity and purchased real estate around Brooklyn to actively distribute the beer, the brewery was forced to close in 1920 with the passage of the Volstead Act, which established prohibition in the United States. The complex is also significant under criterion C in the area of architecture as a representative collection of brewery buildings that reflect significant developments in brewery architecture in the second half of the 19th century. Designed by architects Theobald Engelhardt and Frederick Wunder, the surviving intact buildings demonstrate the architectural and technological approaches that brewers use to produce the cold temperatures required for the brewing and aging of lager beer, which, unlike the ale process, requires near freezing temperatures for a sustained period. These needs are directly reflected in the architecture, including the large cellars beneath the main brew and cold storage house, the cold storage house addition, and the spaces for mechanical refrigerating equipment. Additionally, the complex retains buildings not directly involved with the brewing process, which includes a stable wagon room and storage building that facilitated the distribution of the beer, and an office building which provided a focal point to the brewing complex, a corporate image for advertising, and practical office space for the brewery managers. And these are a couple 1940s tax photos. So now, taking a walk around the block. So current photo of the office, and you see the ornate iron gate on Belvedere Street. This is a streetscape view of Belvedere Street. You have the office, and then you see the brewery building. And then from the foreground to the background, you have the boiler house, machine house, and portion of the brew house. Moving around, more views of the brewing building. Corner of Belvedere and Beaver Streets. These sections include the brew house, cold storage house, and cold storage house addition. So 1872 to circa 1881. And then moving around to Locust Street, this is a view of the stable wagon room and storage building. Some interior views. We have some of the storage addition, the machine house, and the boiler house. And lastly, we have a view of one of the sub-cellars in the brew house. We do have a letter of support from LPC. These are actually local landmarks. We do have one letter of objection, the owner of the building on Locust Street, the stable wagon room and storage building. So that's just 1 out of 3, so we're good. And they provided no explanation. I was kind of surprised because it's already an LPC landmark, but maybe I can still nudge them for tax credits, you know. This received a Part 1 approval from the Park Service in 2018, so I'm kind of bringing this one across the finish line for my predecessor. The proposed use will be mixed use retail at the ground floor and apartments above. It started out as a office retail, but the pandemic changed a little bit. So, and I think we have virtually with us members from Higgins and Quaysbarth, the consultants, Jonathan Taylor and Lindsay Peterson. Not sure if either of you want to say a few words.
Hi, Linda. This is Jonathan at Higgins Quaysbarth. Also here with us is Travis Stabler, who's the owner of the brewery building, and I think he was just going to say something quickly.
Hi, everyone. How you doing? My name is Travis Stabler, and I am the owner of the brewing building, as well as a resident in the neighboring office building. And I just wanted to voice my support and enthusiasm for this project.
I have a question about the early functioning of this. Was in the lagering process, the process has to stay cold. Did they use ice? Is there a lot of cut ice moved into this building?
I believe so. I would have to look back
Yeah.
at the nomination. My predecessor, Jenny, she reviewed it, and I'm glad she did because she actually took a few classes at Schenectady County Community College on brewing. So she was a perfect person to review the Section 8 narrative.
This is Jonathan again. I'll say quickly that Lindsay, correct in saying this, right? That the engine and machine room additions were actually related to providing power for ice making machines, as certainly as that may not have been the original method, but as that technology came into being, that became adapted in brewing, so that became part of the evolution of the brewing process and how that's reflected in the building.
Excellent, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? I'll move it. Can I have a second? Carol. Second. Carol is the second. All in favor? Any opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
Right, thank you. Still in Brooklyn, Talmud Torah Adareth Israel, hopefully I pronounced everything correctly, meaning the study of the Torah, Crown of Israel, now known as the 9th Tabernacle Beth El, is eligible for the National Register at the local level under Criterion A in the areas of ethnic heritage and social history, subcategory Eastern European Jewish, for its association with the Central and Eastern European immigrant community in the East New York neighborhood of Brooklyn. It was constructed in 1923 during a time of tremendous growth for the immigrant Jewish population in East New York, a significant center of Jewish life along with neighboring Brownsville. After World War II, East New York continued to thrive. However, by the 1950s and 60s, the demographics began to shift and more of the long-term residents moved to other areas of Brooklyn, Queens, and the New York suburbs. By the late 1950s, the congregation decreased, and in 1974, the building was sold to its present owners, a Black Hebrew Israelite congregation of the Church of God and Saints of Christ. The exact origins of Talmud Torah are unclear, with founding dates of around 1912, 1914, but we do know that the congregation operated out of a storefront on Fountain Avenue, not too far from here, on the corner of Liberty Ave for about a decade before the present building was constructed. A Talmud Torah combined a religious congregation with a religious education for younger congregants. Talmud Torahs were popular in the early 20th century as they allowed immigrant children to attend public school during the day and religious school in the afternoon, allowing for an eased assimilation into American life as well as retention of traditional Jewish values. The congregation of Talmud Torah Adareth Israel primarily came from Central and Eastern Europe, with one former congregant noting that most were from Germany, Poland, Hungary, and Austria. The property is also eligible under Criterion C as a representative example of Renaissance Revival-inspired synagogue design. Designed by Brooklyn architect William Winters, research indicates that this is his only known religious building in New York City. Due in part to the current congregation's connection with Jewish theology, the building retains a high degree of integrity to its period of significance, with the original plan and finishes largely intact. The interior plan is typical for early 20th century. Like most synagogues, its sanctuary was the first floor and the lower level for men and an upper balcony for women. Classrooms and administrative offices were located at the west end of the building. As Talmud Torah is larger than some of its contemporary synagogues, it had a large entertainment hall in the basement that was used for both studies as well as large events, including receptions, lectures, and dances. At its opening, it was called a beautiful structure, with specific notice being called out to its modern Hebrew school and spacious dance hall. Another paper called it one of the finest in Cypress Hills and City Line sections of East New York. The period of significance is 1923, when the cornerstone was first laid, to 1974, when the building was sold to a new congregation. This is an honorary nomination, a Columbia student draft. We do have a letter of support from LPC. I'm not sure, I know they were going to speak in September. I'm not sure if they're on the call today. We have Eunice Turner and Pastor Joseph Turner. I'm not sure if they're here virtually and would like to say a few words.
Yes, hi, thank you. This is Pastor Turner. First of all, thank you all. You've been at it all day, but we are really pleased to present our religious home for your consideration. Again, we have preserved much of the architecture, and I think we've preserved the spirit as well. When you go into the lobby, if you turn to the right, you will see a plaque of the original members of the synagogue that donated their dollars and the few the amount of money they had to help build the building. And from time to time, we will have descendants of the original congregation come to our tabernacle and just take a walk around. And we are just so pleased to be before you today. Thank you.
That's great. Questions from the board? Your motion.
So moved. Thank you.
Right. Carol and Tom. Wow. All in favor? Any opposed or abstain? Motion carries.
Right. So first of my two public housing. No, we're going to have comments on these. So we'll get to the presentation speakers first. Manhattanville Houses is a large high-rise housing complex built between 1958 and 1961 in the Manhattanville neighborhood in Upper Manhattan. The development, which is situated on a 12-acre site, generally bounded West 29th Street to the north, to the south, Amsterdam Avenue, bounded west 133rd Street and Broadway. Consists of 6 contributing 20-story Y-shaped towers and their landscape site that is dominated by fenced lawns and scattered street plantings. And to better orient people, the West Harlem district that I listed last year is about 2 blocks north. City College of New York and St. Nicholas Park is just to the east, and Columbia University is maybe 8 or so blocks to the south. The complex is organized into a single superblock built for the New York City Housing Authority, or NYCHA, and designed by architect William Lescaz and landscape architects Janet Darling and Innocenti and Webble. The complex is eligible under criterion A in the areas of social history, politics and government, and community development as an intact representative example of New York City's government initiative to build large-scale public housing in the 1950s. The project is a typical example of the slum clearance policies enacted in New York City after the passage of the Housing Act of 1949, which for the first time helped cities finance public housing plans and acquire, demolish, and reconstruct entire neighborhoods. The so-called slums that the city sought to replace were often filled with 19th century tenement buildings and low-income minority families. On the left are 2 sketches by Lescaz, and on the right, the original landscaping plan for the complex from the NYCHA archives. The complex is also significant under criterion C in the area of architecture as an intact example of a high-rise public housing design based on modern urban planning and design theory popular during the mid-20th century, drawing on modernist ideas about housing, planning, landscape, and social issues. The design reflects many themes prevalent at the end of the 1950s, after the towers in the park model had come to be widely known and criticized. Although eschewing the use of applied ornament, Lescaz effectively used a combination of varied colored and glazed bricks to impart a modern decorative aesthetic. At the same time, he incorporated screened porches into each floor to provide variety as well as exterior recreational spaces. The Y-shaped of the buildings and the plan of the complex carefully orient the building to give each apartment the maximum privacy, air, and light, while the landscape setting itself provides both generous open spaces and open connection to the city grid. Despite minor alterations typical of public housing projects, the complex retains the character-defining features of its type. These are some more representative views of the lobby. There's a community center's gymnasium and this flagpole plaza. Manhattanville Houses was built in tandem with other of these slum clearance projects, which at the same time, Morningside Manhattanville redevelopment area, but as a state finance project was able to allow moderately higher income residents than its federally funded counterparts. Manhattanville Houses is the first project developed by NYCHA to meet the needs of middle income New Yorkers, and it was made possible by changes to state and federal laws after World War II. The drive toward redevelopment in Manhattanville was largely led by Morningside Heights, Inc., a nonprofit organized by prominent local institutions such as Columbia University, the Jewish Theological Seminary, and the Juilliard School of Music, all led by David Rockefeller. The group sought to improve the larger neighborhood by bringing people out of poverty but much of the effort was rooted in its desire to maintain the middle-class status quo. Although the initial stated goal was to create an integrated neighborhood, both racially and economically, by the mid-1960s, it was clear that results of the efforts were mixed with increasing segregation as time wore on. Today, Manhattanville Houses is predominantly occupied by Black and Hispanic residents and is surrounded by a rapidly gentrifying neighborhood. The period of significance is 1958 to 1962, the years of its construction. We do have a PDIL, a Part 1 approval from the Park Service, and we still have Carly Hoffman with NYCHA on the call. I don't know if there's any additional comments you would like to make, or would like to open it up to the board for comments.
Thank you. I'll just note that we're also very excited about this project. It would start construction next year, and the historic tax credits would facilitate comprehensive repairs for the roughly 3,000 residents of Manhattanville. So thank you very much for your time.
I have to note that at Thanksgiving dinner, as I was asking my son-in-law, who rehabs affordable housing, so how's business? I discovered that he's the principal on this project, so I'm not voting on it. And he wishes his mother-in-law would keep her mouth shut. But I would like to recommend this book, The Color of Law by Richard Rothstein, to everyone in this room, because these projects come before us a lot, and it's a very important book. New York Times bestselling, award-winning book, revered by historians. And my concern is that we tend to, in these nominations, talk only about what the reformers intended. We do not talk about the fact that there was intended segregation in government policies, intended, planned. They wanted to keep Black people and brown people out of middle-class white neighborhoods. And the result was these high-rise apartments. I have no objection to making these places, putting these places on the register, but I do think that the nominations are very idealized and they don't go far enough at all. And they don't take into consideration the current scholarship. And I did the research and I sent you all last night. Because I had just reading them. I sent you all citations that are missing from the bibliographies.
Can you send them to me?
Sure. Okay.
I did not receive them.
Great contributions to this board, so thank you. And we will get it right, working both internally and externally. The email that Gretchen is referring to was sent to members of the State Review Board. Maybe a few additional staff received it. I have asked also to distribute. So staff throughout the office working on these projects will receive that. And we look forward to integrating the scholarship that you've directed us to. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please, Carol.
Yeah, I have a comment, which is that indeed, I agree with you, Gretchen. The Color of Law is an amazing book. It's required reading for my students in Preservation Law and Policy at Pratt Institute this semester, indeed. And I think the other specific pieces that you've referred to, Schill's piece, Metzger, the Paul Marcuse piece, not to be confused with Peter, but Paul Marcuse, these are all things that indeed would better inform a rewriting of some of this material. I, however, would like to note that I do think that the Manhattanville nomination, having reviewed in anticipation of our discussion right now, the properties, the Boulevard houses and Fiorentino Plaza that we discussed in March of 2022, and both of the projects that we discussed in December of 2021, the John James Audubon and Mary McLeod Bethune houses, all of which are these same type of high-rises about which we have had similar discussions. And I feel that what's lacking in this is the presence of that multiple resource nomination that would be, as it was in the lighthouse situation we referenced earlier, if that were in place, it would be helpful to us to have that as a kind of anchor in which to consider these various elements as well as the lower rise ones in the Troy area, in the capital area, so to speak, that we have been considering today. And I appreciate that for administrative and other logistical reasons, staff undertaking this work now may have not found themselves able to pursue this in the way that we would ideally ask it, but I want the record to reflect strongly that it's important for us to have that multiple resource nomination in place. Undoubtedly, there will be more of these to be considered down the road, and it will be helpful to have that to lend real base and structure to the effort.
And I do want to add that good news, NYCHA is working on an MPDF because I nudged them to, because we're going to be looking at many more. I have probably 5 or 6, either Part 1 approved or under review at Park Service. I have another 5 eligibility studies, and I think Kath got 4 last week for complexes in Brooklyn. And some of these are more, they are the single tower or maybe scattered sites, so maybe 3 buildings, but still high-rise buildings. So we nudge them because, sometimes, it's hard. Okay, so where does this fit into the story? We want to make sure we discuss the complete story, still trying to use concise because the Park Service wants us to be concise. We want to make sure that we talk about the good and the bad because that's the reality of these public housing buildings. So that is in the works because it's also going to help inform. We have a programmatic agreement in place with NYCHA for the Section 106 reviews, and we're reevaluating some of those complexes as well. So I'm hoping, within the next year, we will have that MPDF because that is definitely a tool that is very much needed with this housing type.
Also, yeah, I want to add too, yes, Linda and I really campaigned for that multiple property, the context, but when we did Edenwald and when we did Troy, we sort of did a little multiple property. Like that's what we did with Troy. We compared and contrasted, and the same with Edenwald. Because NPS said you have to create a context for these that compares and contrasted. And Gretchen, you know what? I asked that same question when we were dealing with Troy and we saw where they were cited. I said, were you trying to hide the Black people because they're in such odd locations? And we couldn't get any info. They said, no, it was supposed to be 1 census tract. That was just our plan. So it's kind of hard information to get at sometimes. But we did have our consultants who, I don't know if they're still on the call from Heritage, but we did have them, compare and contrast location, what the site was like, all those kind of things as best we could. And that is a fabulous book. So,
slum clearance, the whole idea of slum clearance, people that lived in those places didn't think they were slums. That was the way they were characterized by the government. We continue to use that as if we cleared the slums and gave them these idyllic places to live, which didn't end up being the case. So,
right.
If you Google some of these places, you get things like most dangerous place in New York to live and most, so, I don't see that reflected when you read the nominations. They seem so like perfect, positive places. And then there was a little crime, but there was crime all over New York, so they really need to be.
Well, can I ask you a question? Was that originally dangerous or did it happen over time when they say the most dangerous place? Did that happen over time or did they start out that way? Yeah.
We talk about them as if taking people out of low, individual houses and putting them into these high rises is going to be helpful. And it's a failed experiment. It's not a successful.
Well, I think that's why they started going to like the Vest Pocket and those other ones where they do have combination. We try.
Right. They're experimental, but the way the nominations are written, they're going to have to be rewritten if more information is not included.
Can I make a comment? Having grown up in this area, the south end of Albany for decades was rather run down, so to speak. It's ironic when they went through and did urban renewal to improve the area, they planted those apartment buildings on the same spots where all the issues had been. It was a rough area then, and then it was no reason. They were not located to Loudonville. They were not located to fashionable areas around here. They were the same way in Troy. Along that river was a working class docks, rough, historically a rough area. Where did they build those Taylor apartments? They put them along the river. Yeah.
It's about how white areas were protected. You know, they were protected, and even middle-class African-Americans who had the means to move into those areas were protected from African-Americans moving in. So, you know, there's a story here it's the sin of omission, not, you know, everything is there. Everything that's in the nominations is accurate, but it's the sin of omission, what's been left out, I think.
And so any motion that we make to approve would be contingent on improvements to that social history.
Yes.
Agree as a board?
Yes.
Okay. Do I hear a motion to approve? I didn't mean to glare at you.
So moved.
Carol, do I have a second? Kristen? The motion explicitly stating that you have to add to the social history. All in favor? Any opposed or abstain? Recusing. You're recusing. We still have quorum?
Would we want to be able to review the motion?
The revision.
The revision,
Do-
or how the motion will be worded, or the revised nomination? Is that something that people feel they would want to see to make sure
That's a
that
good
it's
question.
inclusive?
Do people want to see the revised form before it goes to MPS?
If you did that, wouldn't you have to go back and do a number of ones, even like we did today with Troy? Would those have to be also, because very similar situation to this, really?
We did not stipulate a motion in the approval of those. We're specifically talking about
Okay.
right now Manhattanville, and what we say here is probably going to apply to Edenville. Carol?
I would answer that question by saying, oops, I'm sorry. Here. I would answer that question by saying that we need to trust the staff to have the capability to do this work in an outstanding way, and that they should be put on notice that we're expecting to know that they'll do it and have confidence that they're capable.
That's an excellent thing to say. Well said. All right. You do not need to review the additions, and we have approved it with one recusal.
And I'll second the nomination. Somebody did already.
I think we're all good.
The motion.
Right. Did we vote? Yeah, we're all good. We're all good. Moving on to Edenville.
Right. Okay. Edenwall Houses, a public housing complex located in the Eastchester and Laconia neighborhoods in the northeast corner of the Bronx. The complex consists of 12 14-story rectangular-shaped high-rise towers, 28 3-story modified cruciform-shaped buildings, and a 2-story community center set within an almost 50-acre design landscape. The buildings were designed by the firm Rogers and Butler, and the landscape was designed by the firm Clark, Rapugnano, and Holleran. The boundary was drawn to include the original land acquired for Edenwald and a 3-acre park designed in conjunction with the complex. Edenwald Houses is significant at the local level under criterion A in the areas of politics and government and community planning and development as an intact representative example of a large-scale mid-century planned public housing complex. Edenwald was built on largely vacant land for the New York City Housing Authority in 1953 using federal funds through the United States Housing Act of 1949. New York's post-World War II housing shortage and the availability of federal funding led to a period of rapid development for NYCHA and allowed them to expand and add new housing sites to all 5 boroughs in New York City. Edenwald's designers utilized repeated simplified forms arranged in a large park-like setting, maximizing open space and light. The overall design and layout were based on early European planning theory and design, as well as the work of American planners and public housing pioneers, Clarence Stein and Frederick Ackerman, among others. As the 1950s was a period of rapid development for NYCHA, public housing sites constructed across the boroughs often had their own characteristics influenced by the available land, the need for units, and the existing building stock. Many sites in the outer boroughs were characterized by a single building type, a single building height, and overall regular and uniform appearance that was influenced by the need to reduce overall cost. Edenwald is distinct in the mid-century NYCHA portfolio for its carefully planned layout, which is visible, and the placement of the high-rise buildings at the center and the low-rise buildings at the perimeter, allowing the complex to be less visually intrusive to the surrounding residential neighborhood. Edenwald's overall design and layout stand out among its contemporaries, which often incorporated regular grid layouts with identical building types. Edenwald Houses is also significant at the local level under criterion C in the area of architecture as an intact representative example of a mid-century public housing complex. The buildings at Edenwald are characterized by repeated rectangular forms, brick exteriors, a lack of ornamentation, and the use of economic materials, all of which are characteristic of post-war public housing. The period of significance under both criteria is 1951 to 1953, the date of construction for the complex. We do have part 1 approval from the Park Service, and I'm not sure, Carly, you're on again. I don't know if you want to say a few words about this complex, but you're welcome to.
Thanks. Just wanted to note our support for this project and also note that construction is underway for this project as it closed on financing in June of this year to provide comprehensive repairs for residents. So thank you again.
Questions from the board? Motion? It's the same problem. I mean, that's understood. We talked about that with the previous one. So same stipulations on this one. And I'm asking for a motion to approve.
I'll make the motion, Erica.
Erica?
With that stipulation.
With that stipulation. Second? Gretchen? Second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
Last but not least. All right, so the building at 287 Broadway is prominently sited at the corner of Broadway and Reed Street in Lower Manhattan, 2 blocks from City Hall. The building meets criterion C in the area of architecture as one of the earliest and a rare example of a transitional Italianate French Second Empire mid-19th century cast iron office building. It was built at the height of popularity of cast iron architecture and designed by well-known local architect John B. Snook. The building illustrates the transformation of Lower Broadway in the 19th century from residential boulevard into the city's commercial center spine. It is one of the few remaining 19th century buildings in this City Hall section. The period of significance is 1871 to 1872, which coincides with the period of construction. Stephen Storm, a wholesale grocer and tobacco merchant, purchased the property as an investment in 1821. Storm and the adjacent property owners built the Irving House Hotel on the site in 1840s. In response to the expanding economy in the years following the Civil War, the Storm family changed the use of the property in 1871 when it commissioned Snook to design a cast iron building for banking rooms and offices. The ground floor held the ticket office of the Union Pacific Railroad, and later tenants included insurance company offices, a branch office of the Children's Aid Society. The period of greatest popularity for cast iron buildings was from 1860s to the 1880s. The self-supporting facade allowed for larger window openings, which in turn provided more natural light to the interior. Cast iron enabled an owner to build an elegant and ornate building at a fraction of the cost of a stone-fronted building. As prefabricated architecture, it was also much faster to construct, and this was an important consideration in the period of rapid commercial development and growth. On the left is a historic elevation drawing by the architect, and on the right is the 1940s tax photo. Despite the removal of the entrance stoop, that was around 1912, the building embodies the Italianate French Second Empire style with its imposing 2 cast iron elevations, slate mansard roof, and iron cresting, and intact ornate decorative details such as keystone arched windows separated by columns with Corinthian capitals at the upper floors. The interior on the upper floors was rehabilitated in 2021, so there are apartments, and the ground floor now has a bank, and these are a few interior views. We do have a letter of support from LPC. This is an individual landmark. This Part 1 approval dates back to 2015, believe it or not. So the Part 1, Part 2, and Part 3 all approved by the Park Service. Project is complete. So we have, I think, the consultant, Mary, I think she's on here virtually. Mary, do you want to say a few words?
Yes, thank you. This is Mary Diericks. I was the preservation consultant for this tax credit project. The owners enthusiastically support listing. It's this excellent example of cast iron and the work of noted architect John B. Snook. Thanks.
Questions or comments? Do I hear a motion to approve? Tom, I'll second. All in favor? Opposed or abstained? Motion carried.
Great, thank you.
Sorry, next item is new business. I believe the issue is the 2024 meeting dates. Important issue, given that we want to have successful meetings.
Yes. So thank you to everyone who filled out the doodle poll that I sent out a little while ago with dates for 2024. So they're based on the answers that I received. It looks like Thursday, March 14th, Wednesday, June 12th, Thursday, September 12th, and Thursday, December 5th work the most for everybody.
December?
Yes, sure. I'll repeat all of them again. Thursday, March 14th, Wednesday, June 12th, Thursday, September 12th, and Thursday, December 5th. So those were the dates that seemed to work for the most for everybody. If there are any known conflicts ahead of time, please feel free to let me know so I can rework them. We don't necessarily have locations immediately figured out yet, but I will send a message in the new year with where we will be located for the majority of those meetings.
Maybe we could get to the land of beef and whack.
Oh, get out to Buffalo, out to Western New York.
Actually, what we're hoping is, since we didn't get to Phillips Manor Hall because we didn't meet in September, we hope to get there for one of our sort of away meetings, and then probably most of the other meetings will be in Albany. Yes, that's a yes. Okay. All right.
That's a downstate bias.
Right. Okay. And so just one other quick thing. I'm going to put this on your calendars as well. I may have mentioned it in the past, but the New York Statewide Preservation Conference is going to take place in Rochester at the Memorial Art Gallery coming up April 15th through the 17th. A great venue. That's a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday conference statewide. We'd love to have board members come. And also I do want to say that Tuesday is like the first full day of the conference. Monday, we do trainings for the certified local governments. Tuesday, the full day of the conference. And then Tuesday evening is the big hoopla. We're going to have our annual awards. We've shifted our preservation awards to spring. So we hope to make it a really big event. And we've got a few people here on the board who I'm going to have you help us out. And Daniel, the week after next, looking at some of the potential winners. We'll be selecting those. We've got some great ones. And also coming up at this award ceremony, this is the first year we are going to actually have a Joan K. Davidson in her honor. And we talked to her son. He's talking to siblings as well. And, you know, he said Joan was very much into sort of the grassroots projects. And so we're kind of looking at something more grassroots related. So that's what's happening there. So, and this conference is something that we put out with the Landmark Society, in this case, the City of Rochester, the Preservation League. So we work with our partners. So hope to see you there in the spring. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn? Tom, second? Erica, all in favor? We're done. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. See you in March. Also, the Albany Institute's having a capsule opening for the capsule that was under Philip Schuyler's statue in front of City Hall. They welcomed us to walk through if you would like to get a preview of it before their opening tonight. So downstairs. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Yeah. That's life-threatening, but delicious.